A very good morning and welcome back to the second day of competition for the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, and with it is the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft, who will hit the halfway point of their 4-round calendar after today's proceedings. Got plenty of racing action along with a whole lot more, a bit more qualifying. Now, we've got our Micromax contingent on the grid there. After intermediate classification yesterday, Noe Jansen had 0 points, so a maximum, a perfect score, so to speak. Arjen Kreling and Niklas Casarino tied on points, but based on countback, Kreling actually takes second place in the intermediate classification. A bit of a difficult start for Gabriel Hoffmann, who placed fourth in the intermediate classification post yesterday's racing. And we've got Leopold Jouch, Christos Malakos and Tim Steger. That was what the order was, and that has effectively decided to set the grid for the first of 2 races today. So they'll gather points for heats and also for the effectively what we would call in the UK the pre-final and the final. All score points towards their championship holes this season. So the 2 races today will be lengthier than the heats yesterday. It was 7 minutes plus an additional lap. But for finals day here in Mülsen, it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So the pre-grid has already been cleared and we are about to get things underway. They are released. So here on Sunday, it's race 1 for Micromax, and let's have a look at the starting grid. Noe Jansen, who celebrated in style twice over yesterday, starts from pole position in the number 31. Arjen Kreling in the number 62 completes the front row. Then row 2 is the number 12 of Niklas Casarino and the 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann. Leopold Jouch rounds out the top 5 and is joined by the number 27 of Christos Malakos. Tim Steger in the number 55 brings up the rear in 7th position. And as they say, last, but by certainly no means least. Jansen had the measure of all challengers yesterday, but it is a case of seeing who will try to upset the apple cart here in Micromax. So last year's champion, Maximilian Pilch, has moved on to pastures new, and we wish him all the very best of luck. He wasn't present for the season opener at Wackersdorf and made an announcement on social media saying of his new travels within karting. So viel Glück, Maximilian Pilch, and yeah, enjoy the experience. So here we go, onto the formation lap. Drivers just trying to get a little bit of additional temperature in these Mojo tyres. But it will be down to Noe Jansen and Arjen Kreling that will control the pace. And they've gotten into formation as early as they decide to. And thereby it means that the field will be concertinaed. They will keep us waiting. And when we get into the final double right-hander, there's a little bit of a signal there from Noe Jansen just saying, come on guys, just slow down a bit. Let's just keep things nice and steady, because what they want, most above all, is, apart from the race victory, is they're wanting to get a clean start. And now the real final stage of this formation lap gets underway. Casarino going from side to side. He's right up the back bumper of Noe Jansen, so could get the run on Kreling and Hoffmann going through into turns 1 and 2 for the first time of asking. 14 races in total again today, as the 7 Micromax drivers come out of the final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. The revs start to increase. Are we ready? Are we steady? And we have got a green light to go racing. And Hoffmann has already got himself up towards the sharper end of the field very, very quickly indeed. He did that yesterday in the second heat, and already he's pressurising Noe Jansen. He knows that he needs to get past early. Tries to do the old cut back through turn 4 as they head into the infield part of the circuit. So at the moment, it is Noah Janssen, Gabriel Hoffmann, Niklas Casarino. Arjen Kreling drops to 4th position as they head to the far part of the circuit for the first racing lap here in this first of 2 races. The eventual declared results of this race will decide the grid for the second race later on. But Hoffmann coming under increased pressure from Niklas Casarino and Arjen Kreling as Hoffmann gets his head down between the final 2 right-handers that brings them onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 1. Noah Janssen leads. Hoffmann's got Casarino right up his back bumper, and Casarino looks for the move up into turn 2, through into the hairpin, gets the job done. So Hoffmann now becomes the hunter instead of the hunted. Casarino looks over to his right-hand side, and the way that Hoffmann was coming out of turn 3, he's managing to get to the outside, but won't be brave enough to put it around the outside through turn 4. That is a 90 left, and that literally turns back into itself and switches into a left-right chicane. So Hoffmann now knows he's got to get past Casarino, because if Hoffmann doesn't get past, because effectively Casarino is the cork in the bottle right now, and the biggest conundrum here is that with the way that Janssen is pulling away, after just a couple of minutes of racing, we're about to complete lap number 2. That gap was just over a quarter of a second last time around. That's going to be more than a second, I think, or close to a second. It's 0.927. And Hoffmann right up the back bumper of Casarino. And Kreling is also there too with the 95. Both stablemates at Knees Racing. Once again, heading back into turn number 4. At the moment, Leopold Joux rounding out the top 5 and has pulled away from Christos Malakos to the tune of about 1.1 seconds. But if the 3 in front keep on battling away, I mean, especially 2 battling over 2nd and 3rd position, which is Casarino and Hoffmann, and if they're not careful, Kreling will upset the apple cart well and truly here in the first of 2 races. Janssen isn't getting as far away as I thought he might, and considering the fact that in the second race yesterday, the second heat, Janssen only won by about, I think it was like 1.3 seconds or so, but in the first one he absolutely made mincemeat of the field as Hoffmann looking one way, then the other on Casarino. Casarino making the back axle, the number 12, as wide as humanly possible. And Hoffmann again going towards the outside, looking to chance his luck, carry the momentum through the corners. Now, if he gets a good run coming out of the chicane, and then into the next complex here, he's right up the back bumper of Casarino, but there's no real space to try and exploit that kind of potential advantage he has by being right into right in the air channel behind Casarino, because even with Noah Janssen being up ahead, Casarino is still punching some kind of hole into that dirty air, and that's allowing the 2 Knees Racing drivers of Hoffmann and Kreling to close on in and keep close. 4 minutes down, 5 to go, and lap number 4 about to be in the books as here comes Hoffmann going side by side with Casarino, and Casarino, it's nearly 3 abreast, because Kreling looked to the left-hand side of Hoffmann and at some point also looked at the left-hand side of Casarino, but Hoffmann has made the move through and gets himself back up into 2nd position, which is where he started this, well, he actually started in 4th, did Hoffmann, so a good rocket-like start through the formation and through the tram lines. He managed to get through and get past both Casarino and Kreling. So Kreling has dropped 2 positions down to 4th in the duration of this race so far, which has been just over 4 minutes and 40 seconds. We've got just 4 1/4 to go, plus an additional lap. And now the hunt really begins, because Noah Janssen is being closed in on. He's losing time, and one of the more important things is that Arjen Kreling is putting in the 59.6s, but here we go, top 4, line astern. Coming across the line, gap between Janssen and Hoffmann now less than a quarter of a second. Arjen Kreling is the quickest driver out there, but Hoffmann was a lot quicker, but he's lost out positions. He's lost a position to Casarino. So Casarino was trying to go towards the inside, got the job done. So I think Hoffman, in his pursuit of Janssen, might have slightly dropped the ball there. Arjen Kreling trying to factor in here as well, because they're coming through into the far part of the circuit with just under 3.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. Janssen staying in front. Now, the biggest question is, out of the three behind, we know the fact that Casarino is really good on the defensive, but as soon as Hoffman got past Casarino a couple of laps ago, the 95 started really putting on the pressure. So effectively, again, it's the cork in the bottle situation. With number 12 being said cork, and Hoffman is the one just waiting, as there we go, there's a change for the lead. Make that the fact that through turn 2, Noah Janssen has just dropped from the lead of the race to 4th position. This is where things are getting close. And now Janssen going up the inside of Kreling to go back into 3rd position through turn 4 and into 5 and 6, but Kreling back on the counter-offensive. Hoffman trying to go for the lead. He looked to the right of Nicolas Casarino, but Casarino knew the move was coming, was wise to it. But now, this is where the real test begins. Who is going to come out on top, and how quickly is the biggest question. Will Noah Janssen close in on Hoffman and Casarino? We are going to find out in the next couple of minutes, because we've got 2 minutes on the clock. Casarino now brings them across the line to complete lap number 7, where the number 12 leads the way. Janssen has closed back up again. The gap between Hoffman and Casarino, Hoffman in second with 66 thousandths. Janssen is closing. And Hoffman now is trying to respond, because he knows that is the case. It's going to be nearly 3 abreast. Oh, that's a brave move, and then some from Noah Janssen, but Hoffman back up the inside and he gets the lead. Oh, there's a clash between Hoffman and Janssen and Kreling, because effectively when Hoffman went up the inside, Casarino decided to manage. Well, he managed to get through because of Janssen's clumsiness, I think, a little bit there, coming through into the chicane, and all of a sudden Janssen hit the curb. It sent the car slightly up into the air and put him into the side pod of Arjen Kreling. But now the battle for the lead is getting rather interesting, because now Gabriel Hoffman is starting to pull away from Nicolas Casarino, who's trying to use that slipstream as best he can. They go into turn 2. So now on to the penultimate lap of this race. It's the first of 2 races here today. Each one scores points. And for a victory, it is 25 points. 20 for second, 16 for third, 13 for fourth, and 11th for fifth. And then points from 6th to 15th, depending on the class that you're in. So the time is fast ticking away. Noah Janssen knows that time is not on his side. In the sands of time, they wait for no one. You've got to make the best of your opportunities. And Janssen, we've seen the pace already yesterday. Can he bring that in? Final lap board out this time, as Hoffman takes a look over his right shoulder. The gap now exactly 1/10.5 between himself and Casarino as the battle for the lead truly on. Casarino goes up the inside of Hoffman. The 95 nearly runs a little bit wide on the exit, and here comes Janssen. The top 3 were covered by just over 0.3 of a second as Janssen goes towards the outside into turn 4. Hoffman up the inside of Casarino to retake the lead on the final lap, and there's been a little bit of a touch between the pair, and that has sent Hoffman sideways. I think there was a little bit of a touch between him and Casarino as Kreling gets past Janssen for second position. So we come into the final throws of this race, and it could come down towards a drag race towards the line, because now Janssen senses the opportunity, dives up the inside of Kreling. Kreling on the outside of Casarino. They're going to go into the final corner, side by side. So it's the race to the line as Janssen tries to get into the toe. It's going to be nip and tuck. Janssen pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit, and it's Arjen Kreling who wins by 47 thousandths of a second, ahead of Niklas Casarino, and Noah Janssen was 55 thousandths off of Kraling. It was that close, the closest finish, and it was 3 wide across the line. It was a day, or it was a race of that might want to be forgotten by Gabriel Hoffmann after what happened on the final lap, but he still came home and got the kart back in 4th position, 2.5 seconds off of Kraling, our race 1 winner here on Sunday. Leopold Jour rounds out the top 5, 4.1 seconds behind the eventual winner, with Christos Malakos in 6th, and the 55 of Tim Steger completing the 7 strong. But Arjen Kraling wins by a whisker in race 1 here at Mülsen.
If we go back tonight, I'll just have it there.
So on your screens there, ladies and gentlemen, you can see our Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft field for their 2nd qualifying session. As per yesterday, the format is exactly the same. It's a 8-minute qualifying session, a 10-minute pre-final plus an additional lap, and then a 12-minute final plus an additional lap. And after yesterday's results, once the electric dust had all settled, Theo Kakati from the United Arab Emirates took a win. Well, he took pole in qualifying, took a race victory in the pre-final, and then the final, he also made it a clean sweep of all the races yesterday. It hasn't been a great run so far for Finland's Aleksi Ilava, who came into this round as the initial championship leader after the first round in early June, back at Procart Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. Oscar Pelmele very much in the title fight now as things stand. He was 2nd in yesterday's final, 3rd in the pre-final, but keep your eyes on a few other drivers, including the likes of Luca Neuenhuizen from the Netherlands and Ellis Spiezia from the United States of America. It has been an interesting dynamic having the likes of Kohina Kamper, our guest driver this weekend, the Austrian. Very much a racer through and through, a very, very busy individual, especially with her commitments with ORF, with the F1 Motorhouse show, as always, but a racer through and through. She's raced in ADAC Formula 4. She's raced in Intersteps. She's even raced in quite a few other championships as well, but keeps herself very, very well occupied since her days back here in Rotax Max Challenge Germany. It's a pleasure to welcome her as part of the grid this weekend. And they have 2 more rounds to go. They will have Karting Genk in the penultimate weekend of July, and then the 2nd weekend of September, they'll head back here to this circuit here at Arena Air in Mülsen for the 4th and final round of the championship season. So the qualifying lap time from yesterday's session, set by Theo Kakati from the United Arab Emirates. Got a nice message on the shared post from that I shared about the stream yesterday. Curtis, and good to hear from Guy Shepherd from Al Ain Raceway. He said, thanks for the shout out. And yep, hopefully, mate, we'll catch up at some point. Hopefully, maybe at the grand finals in Bahrain. You never know, mate. But the good thing is, these drivers will be pushing the limits. Now, the good thing is that there is also a strategy to qualifying, especially with the boost function on the Project E20s. It's a Sodi Sigma DD2 chassis, especially modified for the benefits of the Project E20 powertrain. So they are very, very rapid. And having seen these karts actually commentating on the DEKM last year when it joined the Euro Trophy for September, as they are just having a look. I just saw that Daryl Smith from Rotax is actually at Bernardo Pinheiro's kart, the 413. So the Portuguese driver, I'm not too sure if they have got a slight issue. Steve Chapman, also from Rotax, and our race director, is also there as well. So I think they're just looking through some of the menus on the specifically designed chronometer for these karts.
Martin, ich mach los.
So there's a slight initial delay for qualifying. I think our race director, just talking with Bernardo Pinheiro.
So, Vorstart geht auf grün.
So now the green flag waves, and qualifying for the second day of competition, the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft getting underway. Corinna Camper, the first driver to come out of the pre-grid. And that looks to be Alice Spiezia, I believe, that has also just exited the pre-grid. So the boost button can also be used in qualifying, and especially down the longer straights is probably, if I was driving one of these karts, and this is from me, from my own point of view, is probably where, you know, like the main start-finish straight is going to be a perfect opportunity. Coming out of turn 2 and heading up the slight left-hand kink before the hairpin, as now Corinna Camper will break the timing beam first. The 420, our guest driver for this weekend. So, with just over 6 minutes and 50 to go, Camper puts in a 59.658. It was actually Yasmin Stein that was out next at the 406 from Germany. We are waiting for a lot of the drivers. Corinna Camper shows that she still has that racer's instinct as always. And it's good to have her back here in the RMC Germany fold, even though she is... I'm wondering whether Ferdinand von Habsburg had a word in her ear and said, come on, Corinna, you've got to try and, you know, give this a go and see what you think. And it is a very revolutionised package in comparison with the Project Thunder that was the initial first-generation all-electric racer. But now E20 has brought it into another level. And now the rest of the field have made their way out. Elis Spiezia is also out on the circuit. So Corinna Camper, the benchmark to beat by the rest of the opposition will be a 53.384. So with qualifying times in around about the 50. Now there's been a slight moment there. That looks to be Corinna Camper, who's just had a little bit of a moment and has just slightly gone off circuit. There's now some of the drivers like Pinheiro, like Neuenhausen, and I think probably Jens van der Heijden is out there as well. They've got to start. If they're on qualifying, they've got to be out there quickly, and they've got to be up to speed. Spiezia goes provisional pole with just over 5¼ minutes left, 53.103. His best effort yesterday was good for 5th position, and that was a 52.191. As Yasmin Stein puts in a 53.181. The times are going to start coming in rather rapidly, but they have done only some outlaps. So there are 9 of the 10 karts out there. As Oscar Pelmelet, who was 3rd in the pre-final and 2nd in the final yesterday, is the last one to venture out onto the circuit. And now we will see the times rapidly drop. Elis Spiezia now into the 52.6s. With a 52.693. That is ½ second off of his best lap time from yesterday's qualifying session. But having a front fairing post session in qualifying, he ended up with being dropped down to the back end of the grid. So here comes Aleksi Ilava from Finland, crossing the line now. And goes P4, 53.390. Yasmin Stein, in the meantime, has put in a 52.241, puts the 406 from Germany up to P1. Jens van der Heijden now jumps up into 2nd. Corina Kamper now 3rd with a 52.684. And in comparison with her qualifying from yesterday, her best effort was a 52.409, so she's just over 2½ tenths of a second away from that. Spiezia back up into the 52.4s and now goes to within 2 tenths of Yasmin Stein. Theo Kakati, first effort, well and truly for the Emirati, was a 54.780, but if he can pull another one out of the bag like he did yesterday, where it was 49 thousandths of a second between himself and France's Oscar Pelmelet, well, we're going to find out imminently what's going to happen here as Aleksi Ilava crosses the line, goes P6, Takati goes 2nd, and splits the pair of Yasmin Stein and Elis Spiezia. Oscar Pelmelet down in 4th place. Jens van der Heijden in the 454 goes up into 2nd, but then Oscar Pelmelet responds and puts in the first sub-52 second lap time, 51.988 from the Frenchman. So we head into the last 3 minutes of the session. And at the minute, it is rather close between the top 7, rounded out by Neuenhuizen by just under ½ second. But Yasmin Stein, who was P8 in qualifying yesterday, after the amended results, she currently sits in 2nd position. And what's more, she's improved by nearly ½ second. She's gone provisional pole, 51.950 from the 406. As more drivers, Van der Heijden goes back up into provisional pole, and he's absolutely smashed the time that Kakati set yesterday. So Jens van der Heijden from the Netherlands, a 51.588. That driver is going for it at the moment. Spiezia up into 3rd position and goes sub 52 as well. The top 7 rounded out by Bernardo Pinheiro from Portugal in the 413, all sub 52 seconds in this qualifying session. And that's obviously been due to the fact that the track rubbering in and evolving, but also the fact that drivers have had 2 races to get used to this circuit. As Theo Kakati now goes 2nd. Well, that was the case, but now Aleksi Ilava on cue decides to deliver a 51.486 second lap time with just over 1.5 minutes to go. Van der Heijden still in 2nd. Pelmelet jumps past Neuenhuizen and Spiezia for 4th place. But Aleksi Ilava, the Finn, flying on good form after a difficult day yesterday. He's the one to beat. But with gaps, I think the closest gap is between Spiezia and Neuenhuizen, which is 18 thousandths of a second. Theo Kakati, 19 thousandths behind Jens van der Heijden as we head into the last 60 seconds or so of the session. Ilava goes in with a 51.778. The slipstream also very effective in the E20s here at Mülsen. And Van der Heijden does not improve on that particular last lap, but they have already crossed the line. Oscar Pelmelet responds, 30 thousandths quicker than Yalava to go provisional pole. The French driver in the 410. Kakati down in 4th. Spiezia puts in a personal best and goes P5. 51.727 as the timer is about to hit 0 here in qualifying for the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft for the second day of racing here at Arena E in Mülsen. Checkered flag is now officially out. Kakati jumps up to P2. Yalava can't get any better, and the top 3 covered by 30 thousandths. Neuenhuizen stays 6th, Pinheiro 8th. And Pelmele has gone pole by 65 thousandths of a second. At one point, he was 10 thousandths quicker. Spiezia will round out the top 5. But Oscar Pelmele from France takes pole position for day 2 provisionally on a 51.401 second lap time. Theo Kakati, the winner of yesterday's action after taking pole position, pre-final 1 and final 1. He starts on the 2nd row and 20 thousandths behind. Right on cue, needed to come back at the right time. Alexei Yalava, Jens van der Heijden in 4th. Ellis Spiezia from the United States rounds out the top 5. Luca Neuenhuizen, Jasmin Stein, Bernardo Pinheiro, Corina Camper, and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 10. So just going to do effectively some practice starts because it is a standing start here in the DEKM. You can see a few of the drivers are opting to do so. It just gives them a quick chance just to... And you can see that the race control are assisting with that. So just to give them a real test of their reactions, as always. And there is the 411 of Ellis Spiezia, I believe, who is just about to gun it when the lights go out. And you see the reaction times there. So, Oscar Pelmele, your pole position sitter for day 2 of round 2 for the 2021 Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft season. So that is all of our qualifying sessions completed here this weekend. We had 7 of them yesterday, and we've had 1 this morning. So now what we can truly focus on here is the racing action. So, as the DEKM field makes its way back into scrutineering to have their front fairings check. As always, just to make sure that everything is technically in sync. This is actually giving them a perfect opportunity just to really gauge their starts. And also, the mind games are happening here as well. And the reason why I say that is you want to see how the competition fares with you. And you can just see differing tactics there. So doing a simulation race start, if you will. And sometimes some, like Spiezia, are just content with waiting and getting off the line. And you can just see there how quickly the Project E20s actually get up to speed, because the torque from the 24 kilowatts of power provided by the all-electric drivetrain, which has less moving parts, less friction in terms of the components that it has internally, a combined air and liquid cooling system with the main control unit based where the fuel tank would normally sit if you were running with a Rotax Max Evo engine. So in just a few minutes' time, we're going to head back to the racing action, because we turn our attention to the Minimax contingent and a bit of entertainment yesterday. But that's it for DEKM qualifying here at Arena in Mülsen for DEKAT Arena Deutschlands for round 2 of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, also the 2021 DEKM season. I'll be back in just a couple of moments in time. Before we get racing with our first of 2 races here on Sunday for Minimax.
Wann fahren wir denn?
11:10 Uhr.
Was?
Ja, sie sitzen noch alle 7 Minuten da drin.
Entschuldigung. Echt jetzt?
11:10 Uhr stand auf dem Zeitplan. Ja.
Was? Aber wenn nichts los ist, lasst uns das fahren. Gestern war dafür Verspätung, heute ist Verfügung. Dann müssen wir noch 7 Minuten warten. Jetzt 6 Minuten warten. Ja.
Du kannst aber einen Kaffee trinken.
Ja. Keine Berührung. Keine Berührung. Doch, ich mach richtig viel Berührung.
Nein.
War ja auch nicht geil.
Kontaktloser Sport.
Naja.
Nächsten Seitenkosten zahlst du, ne?
Was ist denn? Was soll
Bei
ich
euch
machen?
ist ja eh komplett schwarz von dem her. Ja.
Aber ich konnte halt nicht mehr zurückziehen. War schon wieder. Konnte ich noch härter bremsen.
Konzentrier dich mal ein bisschen aufs Fahren, dann ist so viel Luft dran. Spritzen hier.
Wollte nicht. 5 Minuten.
Zug da gleich wieder weg.
Das bedeutet so oder so.
Wenn ich so mache, dann ist eigentlich so. Aber ich mache es nicht. Aber wenn ich dann auch so mache und du siehst, dann brauchst du nicht nach hinten. Und nächsten 3, 4 Minuten.
Welche Meisterschaft bist du gefahren? Wieso noch 10 Minuten?
Ich war mal dabei, aber noch nicht. 2013. Dritter geworden in der Meisterschaft. Ja, wobei uns da noch alles gesehen, wenn es da
Ich glaube nicht, dass Mann, nehmen wir mal neu.
aber echt einfach mal geil.
Dürfen wir schon eher fahren?
Nein, es wird nach Zeitplan gearbeitet heute, solange wir es halten können. Aber die Sportwarte brauchen ab und zu mal eine Luft da draußen.
Die werden aber ans Recht.
Ja?
Die werden aber an.
Das ist ja nicht wie jetzt nur ist der Ding vom Verband heißt, sagt, jo, hab ich hier, benutze ihn jetzt, sondern sobald schon nur der Sanitätshaus
Heute nicht vergessen.
das sind halt,
Korridor bleiben.
ich glaube, 3 Leute sind halt berechtigt, eine Einweisung zu bekommen.
Einfach
Aus dem Ehrenamt
Genau.
bin ich der Einzige, der das halt darf.
War gestern auch ein bisschen tricky mit dir. Wenn du vorbei warst, brauchst du immer gleich wieder super. Du schaust halt wirklich, dass du runterfährst.
Ja,
wenn
aber
er
das
schneller
ist halt die
fährt,
Frage,
dann
ob
fährt
der
er
vom
vorbei, und
Hersteller
wenn
darf
du runter bist, fährst du auch wieder vorbei. Oder wenn du dir entscheidest, dass du links anfährst, die Kurve, dann musst du aber auch in ihm bleiben.
Ja, das ist ein ganz normaler
Oder nicht immer, aber oft ist das so, ihr fahrt zum Schluss wieder zurück auf die Rennlinie. Da willst du halt meistens rechts. Ja? Also wenn es dann nicht das links, rechts. Okay?
Das ist eigentlich für dumme Dinger, ne?
Aber die unterscheiden nochmal zwischen Leinanwendungen und professioneller Anwendung.
Genau das ist es. Genau das ist es halt, weil der ist halt
Alles klar.
hat er jetzt gesagt, wenn man es ich hab nicht gefährt.
So we're just moments away from getting our first of two Minimax races underway. And looking at yesterday's intermediate classification, a bit of a blow was dealt to Alexander Klugel yesterday, having been excluded from the first race, which sees him down the order. But one of the good things for him was that we saw Alexander Klugel fight back and take third position in the second heat yesterday. But this weekend so far, it's been a pretty good one for Mika Trapp in the 118, who took a victory in both heats yesterday. FM Racing's Simon Meyer completes the top 2, and it's also been a good run for Matthias Schulter, a 2nd and a 4th yesterday. Devin Leon Ukar had a good set of results as well, a 4th and a 5th position in both heats respectively. Kenyon Washington, it's been another mixed bag for the American, now based over here in Germany. And yeah, second race with the slight incident that he had. Well, the first thing is that for Kenyon Washington, it's been a better weekend than it was at Wackersdorf 2 weeks ago. Let's be completely honest. Romano Hummel has kept things steady, and the 104 on the CRG entry took a 7th and an 8th. But the person that suffered the most so far this weekend, it hasn't been a great weekend in the office so far for Nine Bretag in the 191, who was 9th after intermediate classification. So the grid for this first of 2 races here today will be has been decided by the intermediate classification from yesterday. However, race 2 a little bit later on, which takes place at about 25 past 2, will be decided by the results of this one. Let's have a look at the grid for Minimax race 1 here on Sunday. Mika Trapp, the 118, starts on pole position, and alongside him will be the 145 of Simon Meyer. Matthias Schulter in the 150 will be joined on row number 2 by the 153 of Devin Leon Ukar. The 114 of Kenyon Washington will have the 121 of David Chirush alongside on the 3rd row. 4th row, it's Alexander Klugel in the 180 and the 104 of Romano Hummel. And bringing up the rear in 9th position will be the 191 of FM Racing's Nine Bretag. So as with the Micromax drivers in their first race, this will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Now go on to the formation lap. So it will be down to Mika Trapp and Simon Meyer to get into their front row position and control the grid. So not so much sunshine as there was yesterday. Air temperature is approximately 18 to 19 degrees centigrade. Highs of 21 today, lows of 13 degrees Celsius. Humidity 73%. Wind is about 6 kilometers an hour. And yeah, we've had pretty much daytime since 5 o'clock local time this morning. But it is Mika Trapp from Simon Meyer on the front row. They've just got a couple more corners to negotiate before we go into the tram lines once again. So Mika Trapp looks to continue the success run here in Mülsen. And very much the case that coming into this round, Alexander Klugel thought he had a bit of an advantage. Well, that advantage, I think, has been truncated, as now they come out of the final corner. Into the tram lines we go. The revs start to build. We have gone lights out. They are off and racing, and a good start from quite a few of the drivers, including, Kenyon Washington banzais up the inside of Matthias Schulter to take 2nd, but then all of a sudden, from 7th on the grid, Alexander Klugel has jumped his way up into 2nd position. That was a great start from the 180. So now the battle really heats up. Kenyon Washington now in 3rd place ahead of Matthias Schulter after that rambunctious move through turn number 2 on the very first lap. But it looks like Trapp and Klugel are starting to break away from those behind. Out of the final corner comes Mika Trapp, who continues to lead the way after the first lap of asking, but Alexander Klugel is rather close and personal. Up behind the back bumper. As now, Klugel was just waiting to see what has happened here now. Mika Trapp's transponder has had an issue, but he's still leading at the moment. So at the minute, Mika Trapp is leading the way. Alexander Klugel still in second, but right up the back bumper into the penultimate chicane complex here on the circuit before this tight right-hander that comes back onto itself like a hairpin. Then into the next chicane, which is a right and then a left, before they head up towards the left-hand kink that brings them into the double right-hander to complete the circuit. So on to lap 2 we will go. And Mika Trapp still leading ahead of Alexander Klugel. Klugel looking for the lead. Up the inside he goes. Through turn 2, the 180 makes the job a completed one. Going through the turn 2 hairpin. And Mika Trapp still with him right now. Kenyon Washington in second, but Trapp goes back for the lead. Up through the inside of turn 4. And neatly cuts across the front of Alexander Klugel. But Klugel looking into the next chicane is going to get alongside the number 118. As the timing issue has now been resolved, so I'm not too sure if it was being picked up, but Mika Trapp was just over 1 1/4 tenths of a second ahead after that previous lap. So just over 6 minutes remain on the clock. Completing lap number 3, Mika Trapp was just over a tenth ahead of Alexander Klugel as they go on to lap number 4. So the 118 led from pole position. Klugel stormed his way to the front of the field from 7th on the grid. And it looks like Kenyon Washington, yep, he's up into P3. The biggest thing here is that Matthias Schulte has had some dramas in the meantime and has dropped down into what is now 7th position, having got past Devin Leon Ukar. So I'm wondering if the two might have had a slight coming together. Just under 5.5 minutes remain on the clock. And Mika Trapp still doing what is required. Staying out in front. The gap was just over a tenth of a second last time. What's the gap between Trapp and Klugel? 0.3. So it's been increased, and Mika Trapp just sets the fastest lap of anybody. 56.137 on that previous tour. We're on to lap number 5 of the race. And Mika Trapp doing the business as is required, as that is the 121 of David Charush that's gone into battle with Matthias Schulte. And just behind them is Devin Leon Ukar. I think just up ahead, that should be, now I'm wondering, is that 9 Breitag who's got his way up a little bit further up the order? Looks to be the case. Well, we're going to find out very shortly because Simon Meyer has got past Kenyon Washington. That is 9 Breitag in the 191. Who had a day to forget yesterday. Retirements in both races, putting the youngster at the back of the field. Here are the leaders once again. Mika Trapp and Alexander Klugel still leading the way, and Klugel has got the gap down to just over 0.18 of a second, and in the process has set the fastest lap of anybody, 55.9 flat around this 1,315 meter circuit. And Klugel is looking every way he can to see if he can get past either on one side or the other side of Mika Trapp, but at the moment, as things stand, that is not going to happen. So all drivers still circulating, and things are getting a little bit tighter at the back of the second half of the field, starting from Kenyon Washington, because 9 Breitag has been passed by Matthias Schulte. And it's still nip and tuck between the two at the front of the order. Alexander Klugel was 71 thousandths off of Mika Trapp in terms of crossing the timing beam on the completion of lap number 6. These two will be fighting right up until the checkered flag. We've got just over 3 minutes to go, but here is a bit of a squabble and then some. Washington leads the squabble, and that is from 4th to 8th. So behind Kenyon Washington, you've got Matthias Schulte, 9 Bretag. David Girouche looked up the inside. They're going into the right-hander. But Bretag able to capitalise and stay ahead. Devin Leon Ukar rounds out the top 8. Now the leaders. Mika Trapp still leading from Alexander Klugel, and Mika Trapp now puts in the fastest lap of the race, 55.635. But personal bests are being set by Klugel, Meyer, Washington, and now look at this gaggle here. Schultz has gone toe-to-toe with Washington, and that's over P4. Simon Meyer's gotten away into the distance and is leaving them all in his wake. David Girouche has got past 9 Bretag, and Bretag looks up the inside, retakes the position. That's a good swap for 6th place between them. But the stalemate continuing at the front of the field. Trapp versus Klugel all over again as they come across the line. So we'll have this, plus 2 more additional laps to on to lap number 9 as Klugel goes for the lead and gets it done through turn 2 once again. But now Mika Trapp looking to get back past 2 corners later. He gets the job done. So some good racing respect by these two. Alexander Klugel again looking to find a way past Mika Trapp, but it's not proving to be easy. But he could get the run going through into turn 2 if he's close enough. He was 65 thousandths behind Mika Trapp last time when they crossed the stripe, and now going through into the final double right here at this circuit, it's anyone's guess. So we're about to complete lap number 9. Mika Trapp still leads. So next time around we'll get the final lap board. Now on to lap number 10 out of 11. And this time Alexander Klugel decides not to go for the move. I think could be waiting until the final lap and be right up close and personal with Mika Trapp to try and see if he can get past to retake the lead onto the final lap of this race. And I have seen it happen before, but Alexander Klugel is fast running out of time. And Mika Trapp will know this because they will have kept an eye on the clock, on the digi flag, to see how much time they've got left. But Alexander Klugel needs to act now to try and get past Mika Trapp. Out of the final corner on the circuit they come. Last lap board is being shown, and Alexander Klugel looking towards the outside of Mika Trapp, and again looks towards the outside going through into turn 2. Will he take a tighter line? Well, a little bit, but not much, and it wasn't enough for him to have the door open. But towards turn 4 for the final time, Alexander Klugel is doing everything in his power to get past Mika Trapp. He might have a run coming out of the final corner, but he's just got to stay on the back bumper of the 118. It's going to be close between these two, and they're both wrestling with the steering wheels, both trying to rotate the carts in and get the power down as early as possible, allowing the rear Mojo tyres to bite down to the tarmac. But Mika Trapp might have done enough. But we are on the final lap, and anything can happen, and especially with the long straightaway here at Mülsen. Out of the final corner they come. Klugel's going to punch it, but Mika Trapp's going to keep his head down, and Mika Trapp wins the first race of the day by just under 0.2 of a second ahead of Alexander Klugel. That was a great battle between the pair. Really well-deserved racing for the pair of them. Simon Meyer takes 3rd position ahead of Matthias Schulte, who pipped Kenyon Washington to 4th. by 2/1000ths of a second. David Jurush rounds out the top 6. A good little recovery from Nain Bretag, who could have been in the top 4, but ended up finishing in 7th ahead of Devin Leon Ukar, with Ramona Hummel in 9th at the end of the race. But Mika Trapp holds on and keeps his nerve ahead of Alexander Klugel, with the pair finishing 1 and 2 respectively here in Mülsen.
Wie lang was? Nee, ich bin ja. Ja, du kennst das Spiel. Du gehst einfach nach den Dingen die Gegenrolle langsam, das fällt jetzt ab. Alles gut.
Warte, ich muss warten.
Ja,
Ich hab den immer noch nicht gekriegt. Das ist gut.
die ersten nach hinten und die letzten nach vorne. Spannend. Für die Action wäre das interessant.
Nee, aber beim ersten Lesen. Ich hatte heute Morgen gefunden, hieß es erst und zweite. Dann hast du besser gesagt. Ja, so, da musst du jetzt nur zusehen. Wenn du weißt, dass im zweiten ist, das auf alle Fälle letzter.
Ja, super. Die wollen jetzt nicht auf die Taktik aufgehen.
So as you can see, a big expanse of junior Rotax drivers here this weekend. 34 of them, where the top 4 coming into intermediate classification were covered by 8 points. Top 10 covered by 22 points. Person that really has been up at the sharper end of the grid is Rafael Henhofer. Pretty much nigh on front and centre. He's got Kasper Schulmans, who starts P3. They're just making some adjustments here on the pre-grid, and always good to see mechanics on their phones. I think if I... You know what? I recognise that face. I recognise that face very, very much indeed. And I'm... Let me just see... I think that's Max Timmermans. He's always on his phone whenever I see him. There, I said it. They're making just a few changes on who's where on the grid. And bit of gesticulation there from one of the RS competition drivers, but the thing is they have to make sure that everyone is in the correct place. Thereby there are no issues for when they send everybody out. So there is a slight delay in respect of this. So it's a case of musical chairs in the pre-grid. But yesterday we did see quite a lot of action, especially going through turn 2. 2 incidents, major incidents actually, that involved multiple carts. Some drivers had to avoid. I know that I did see Rafael Balzer actually spinning out on one of them. Austin Lee, he had to avoid some. He had to do a bit of a Ken Block. This is in reference to him. Originally from the United States, now based in Weisendorf in Germany. Well, he did a full-on Ken Block grass-style gymkhana, I think, trying to get out of the way. But he starts he's in the mid-pack, so he's going to be. Looks like he's starting a little bit further up the field. So, yeah, I mean the thing is that with regards to the drivers themselves, it's more a case of how you react accordingly to what's going on. And as soon as they've got all the grid in place, they'll then be able to release them and let them go. All Max Timmermans needs now is sunshine, a sunbed, and he'll be fine. He's mechanicking Thomas Strauven this weekend. Strauven with, one of several drivers, including Vic Stevens in the 269 to his immediate right, on the right-hand side of your screens there. So there has been a little bit of a delay whilst we've gotten things ready to go. And now the pre-grid is being cleared of the mechanics. So just a final handshake, final good luck sign to the drivers. And now it's their turn to focus on the task at hand.
So, Achtung Strecke, Vorstart geht auf grün.
So the green flag now signalled to the drivers as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So Rafael Henhofer starts from first. So on the front row, he'll be lining up alongside the current points leader, coming into this round. Farin Mega in the 276. Casper Schormans and Thomas Strauven make it a Dutch-Belgian row 2. Vic Stevens will be in 6th position, and to his immediate right-hand side in 5th place will be Montego Mülsen in the 282. Nevio Fischer and Mikkel Pedersen, row 4, with Rafael Balzer and Nikita Genza rounding out the top 10. Richard Thomas and Max Knappen, that's the top 12, followed by Lewis Reichel and Austin Lee, that's row 7. Row 8, Moritz Volber and Tom Müller. Row 9, it's Hugo Gürtel and Thijs Dams. Rounding out the top 20, it's Janis Diak and Jonny Mertz. And completing the 34 strong, it's David Schnell, Gregor Fagenspan, Louis Detling, Ole Glan, Leandro Fischer, Rafael Gwijak, Leon Vakula, Frederick Zebis, Tom Herger, Maximilian Schreier, Magnus Pedersen, Jonas Ungnada, Mads Larsen and Luigi Gazzo. So their races are slightly lengthier, 11 minutes plus an additional lap here at Mülsen, and it will be down to Rafael Rennhofer and Casper Schormans. Not Casper Schormans, Farin Mega. We've got Thomas Strauven for close company behind. Those are the top 2 rows. So 17 rows, 34 drivers in total. So it's Rennhofer on pole, Farin Mega alongside. And this could provide a good point where the championship still is open for anybody. It's only until we get to the final round at Wittenborn in early October when we'll really see the challengers come through to the fore. Into the tram lines we go, the revs rise, and we are lights out and off and racing. And it's a good start by Schormans and Mülsen, who follow Rennhofer into turn 2, but a little bit of a touch between the pair. Oh, that nearly causes problems for Casper Schormans. Oh, that is the 222. And that was Richard Thomas over the back of somebody else going through turn 3. The concertina effect happening again. And now it's side by side between Nevio Fischer and Thomas Strauven. As, oh, we've got someone rally crossing. There's more dramas going through that chicane coming out of turn number 4. But they've scalped away into the distance of both Rafael Rennhofer and Casper Schormans. Looks like Thomas Strauven has got an ahead of Farin Mega, and I think that's Nevio Fischer and Mikkel Pedersen that will round out the top 6 positions. So things have come to a little bit of a head. Dramas for Richard Thomas in the 222 entry, as now they come across the line. Rennhofer leads Schormans by nearly 4 tenths. Farin Mega looking up the inside of Vic Stevens, that was, so not Thomas Strauven, as several drivers have dropped way down the order. It has been an absolute... Oh, and it's gotten even more ridiculous. Pull through turn 2. There were 4 carts involved there. The 212 was one of them. That was David Schnell. 207, Leon Vakula. I think Magnus Pedersen involved in that too. So it's just... People are just getting caught out left, right and centre. And you put 34 drivers on a circuit which is as tight in the infield section like we've just seen, and that can throw things upside down, and it's done that several times this weekend, and it's been the most dramatic of all here in the first of 2 races today. Rennhofer continues to lead. He's got just under 0.3 of a second advantage over Casper Schormans. Farin Mega now starting to push forward. He's bringing along Vic Stevens. Here's some more argy-bargy along the way. Nikita Genza, Rafael Balzer. And also the 299 of Thomas Strauven in there too. You can spot Max Knappen in the mix, and he's battling away with Janis Diak. Looks like Gregor Feigenspan has ended up retiring out of the race, not even making it to the end of the first lap. Renhofer continues to lead after 3 laps of racing, which have been drama-filled to say the very least. 5-second penalty coming the way of the 2:21. And that is Taze Dums. So 3 minutes completed, 8 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. And things are concertinaing between the top 6. Currently led by Rafael Renhofer. Kasper Schürmann's in second, Farin Mega in third. Vic Stevens, Nevio Fischer and Mikkel Pedersen last time around were covered just shy of 1.5 seconds. Nikita Genzer and Rafael Balzer have got past Thomas Strauver. Max Knappen up into 11th past Janis Diak. Montego Massa now up into 16th. Leandro Fischer and Austin Lee ran out the top 21 positions. Mikkel Pedersen has got past not just Nevio Fischer, but has managed to depose of Vic Stevens for 4th place going into turn number 2. Richard Thomas has now gotten past Thomas he's getting closer to Thomas Strauver. Janis Diak now 9th ahead of Strauver, as here goes Schürmans for the lead, and he gets it. The young 11-year-old from the Netherlands takes the lead on the final stages of lap number 5 away from Rafael Renhofer. Farin Mega is in the ringside seat. He's waiting to strike, and now Renhofer goes back on the offensive and goes side by side, wheel to wheel with Schürmans. And as a result of that exchange, that allows Farin Mega to get past the 2:44 and into 3rd position. Mikkel Pedersen completes the top 4. Ahead of Nevio Fischer with Vic Stevens, and there's the move for 3rd place. Well, now Schürmans is fast losing positions. Nevio Fischer has managed to get past Mikkel Pedersen, who got past Schürmans. Fischer went through afterwards, and then along came Vic Stevens. There's more positional changes. Dramas for Fischer this time around. I'm not too sure what happened there, but he definitely had both left-hand side wheels on the grass coming out of the penultimate right-hander. Now Farin Mega hits the front. With him is coming along Renhofer. Mikkel Pedersen in 3rd. Vic Stevens was in 4th, but that now is back in the hands of Kasper Schürmans. Some more drivers. There's a couple of drivers that are making some welcome moves. Nikita Genzer up to 7th. Austin Lee now up into 19th, 1.6 seconds behind Maximilian Schreier, but Austin Lee has passed Ole Glan. Farin Mega looking to extend that gap. 0.6 of a second between him and Renhofer. Pedersen and Schürmans interlocked into battle, not intertwined, I might add, for what is 3rd on the road. Vic Stevens rounds out the top 5 ahead of Nevio Fischer. More changes happening up and down the order. Max Knappen up to 12 past Richard Thomas. Taze Dams and Lewis Heichel round out the top 16, but Taze Dams, I think, has got a 5-second time penalty coming his way after this race, which will drop him out of the top 15 and probably drop him outside of the top 20. So here's Mikkel Pedersen versus Kasper Schürmans, and Schürmans sees a little bit of light there. He sees the space. Well, he did see a space before Mikkel Pedersen closed it. And now the opportunity to strike, and look at the rate of knots in which Schürmans just dispensed of Mikkel Pedersen, like Pedersen was standing still, and then all of a sudden Vic Stevens decides to pass through as well into the next left-hander. It could be rather close between those drivers. And there we go, it's happened. Vic Stevens gets passed by both Mikkel Pedersen and Nevio Fischer. That was through turn number 4 right there. That's allowed Kasper Schormans to break away into the distance, but Schormans has got probably the best part of well over 2.5 seconds that he's got to find in the next 3 minutes plus an additional lap. But that's a tall order, because Farin Mega and Rafael Renhofer are pushing the envelope. Renhofer's put in the fastest lap of the race on lap number 8, so 52.236. He's within 3.5 tenths of Farin Mega. So Rafael Renhofer looking to continue his run of success here this weekend here at Mülsen. And the biggest thing is he took the lead of the intermediate classification yesterday, and he looks to continue that in terms of how he's going to be running this weekend. It's not going to be easy, mind you. We've got just 2 minutes and 20 still to go in this race. And Farin Mega leads the way. Renhofer very, very close indeed. And he pulls to the right-hand side and looks to get up the inside before they've even hit the apex of turn 2, and it's happened. The lead now back in the favour of Rafael Renhofer from FM Racing. Janis Stiak has got past Moritz Volber, who is in 8th position. Austin Lee making some moves up the order. He's back up into 16th position. So Austin Lee has been putting in personal best. Thomas Strauver has put the fastest lap in of anybody with about 2 minutes to go on the clock, with about 1 minute and 40 to go on the clock, 52.107. But Renhofer was 29 thousandths behind at the completion of lap number 10. We're about to complete lap number 11. So it'll be this, plus 2 more additional laps to go with the pace they're setting at the minute. 52.762 from Renhofer, and Mega was about 1.5 tenths adrift, but kept to within 0.137. Mikkel Pedersen in 4th is absolutely flying and is looking to get past Kasper Schormans. I think the move might have just happened. We'll wait and see. No, it didn't. Mikkel Pedersen was looking rather racy going up into the 90 left at turn 4, but not able to make it stick. Richard Thomas gets past Max Knappen for what is 12th place now on the road. Thijs Dams has slipped down the order somewhat, and also there's been a 5-second time penalty handed for, and that, now I thought that might have been for the breaking of formation. It was with all 4 wheels for Thijs Dams, so that will drop him out of the top 25 more than likely. Got 14 seconds on the clock remaining, and Rafael Renhofer is leading the way. We've also got another penalty, and it's coming the way of the 207. Leon Vacula, 3-second time penalty for exiting the tram lines with 2 wheels, so still broke formation. Timer has hit 0, so Renhofer keeping ahead of Farin Mega, and we'll head on to the final lap momentarily. So Renhofer versus Mega as they come out of the final corner. Last lap board is out. Who's going to get the run down to turn 2? Renhofer goes on the defensive. Mega looks to the outside to get the cut back. Not on that particular occasion, he does not. Strauven gets past Balzer, heading on to the final lap of the race. Farin Mega looks to the outside going into turn 4. And there's been another time penalty. This time it's the 2:47 of Magnus Pedersen that gets the 5-second time penalty for pushing. So a lot of changes due to penalties being issued, 3 of which have just been done so. And obviously the front fairings are going to be inspected after this race. And with the way that the race has been, I would expect there's going to be more than just a handful. As on to the final lap, the final couple of corners. Oh, there was a little bit of a tussle there. Oh, Renhofer looked towards the outside. His right front tyre clashed with the left rear of Farin Mega, but Mega takes the victory in race 1. Rafael Renhofer takes 2nd position ahead of Mikkel Pedersen. Kasper Schormans, a credible 4th place for the youngster from the Netherlands. Nikita Genza, great run from the 2.26, finishing in 5th ahead of Nevio Fischer. Vic Stevens in 7th ahead of Janis Diak. Thomas Strauver and Rafael Balzer rounding out the top 10. Maurice Volbel was 11th ahead of Max Knappen, Montego Masson, Richard Thomas, Louis Reichel, Austin Lee rounding out the top 16, followed by Taze Dams, who will be demoted from his current position of 17th. Detling 18th, Magnus Pedersen 19th. He's also got a penalty coming of 5 seconds. Oleg Glan in 20th, Leandro Fischer 21st, Rafael Gwiczak, Johnny Martz, Tom Müller, Frederick Zebis, Jonas Ungrada, Leon Vakula, Maximilian Schreier, David Schnell, Tom Reger, Luigi Gazzo, Mads Larsen, Hugo Guttel, the 33rd and final drivers across the line, with Gregor Feigenspann unfortunately eliminated on the first lap of the race.
Every race.
Seit 5 Jahren.
You know in Rock'n'Roll, when you go to the first corner, there's the street sign at the outside. She was climbing up all the top.
No, really? Yeah.
With a dress.
With a dress, the Spanish
Really?
dancing dress.
Yeah.
German, huh?
No, Spanish.
Spanish, yeah. Like, why?
I don't know.
She's crazy.
That's maybe the reason why. You have to come more to Germany.
Hello, we are Germany.
Doch, irgendwann würden wir von
Ich weiß nicht, ob es mir abgehen wird.
Ich wünsche euch allen toi, toi, toi. Der Beste soll gewinnen. Liebe euch alle.
Was passiert, wenn er gewinnt? Wirklich. Schon brennt die Bude.
Dann links, dann ist die gleiche. Genau, jetzt direkt.
Okay, 403.
So we now get ourselves ready for the first of 2 races for Senior Rotax. It's been an interesting one. 27 drivers. Quite a few different drivers from other championships have decided to make their way to Mülsen, some of which preparing for next week's Euro Trophy 3rd round. But some still have championship points to go for. And there is the green flag. Let's have a look at the grid for this race. Luca Leistra starts on pole position ahead of Linus Hensen. Luca Thiel rounds out the top 3 ahead of Zsombor Kovac, Morris Schmeis and Finn Stiak. That is row number 3. Then row 4, it is Giuseppe Fico and Luca Costa. Darius Nito and Zino Kovac complete the top 10. Milan Ritter in 11th, ahead of Lucas Thompson. And we've got Bennett Ahrens and Nick Coppens in row 7. Bastian Balaj and Maddox Wirtz, row 8. Jan Heinen and Lukas Vavajinak, row 9. Lasse Reinhardt and Max Busch round out the top 20. Completing the 27 strong, it's Adrian Dobric, Denny Berndt, Lukas Hartmann, Philip Keskik, Kian Agasade, Luisa Kela and Andre Petropoulos. That is your 27 strong grid, and now they go onto the formation lap. So after this, we'll have 2 more races before we head onto the official lunch break, before DEKM gets into action with its first of 2 races, the pre-final taking place at 1:45 local time here in Germany. So a win for Luca Leistra and a win for Linus Hensen yesterday gives us a real mouth-watering prospect, and these 2 do actually race in the Euro Trophy as well. So it gives them both a real good idea of how the circuit's going to handle next week. But those are the 2 drivers on the front row. And coming into this round, Linus Hensen is the reigning defending champion and also the points leader. Into the tram lines we go. The revs start to increase. Are we ready? Let's go racing. And it's a good start from Leistra. Looks like Luca Thiel's going to go through and get past, as will Morris Schmeis as they head into turn 2 for the first time. Well, not on this particular occasion, because it's all getting rather close. It's 4 abreast at the back end of the field. As now Zsombor Kovac has gotten his way past, as we've got 2 into the barriers coming out, and there's more dramas. Someone's gone grass tracking out of turn 4 and into the chicane. Oh my goodness, and that's the 316 Jan Heinen. So you what is it? Too many cooks spoil a broth is the terminology I would probably be more inclined of saying right there after that incident. That was a real shame, because there could have been quite a few drivers that would be at the sharper end of the field. But in the meantime, Luca Thiel is in second. He's between Luca Leistra, who leads, and Linus Hensen, who rounds out the top 3. Zsombor Kovac embroiled in a battle over 4th position with Denmark's Milan Ritter. So it looks like, oh well, Finn Stiak and Lasse Reinhardt look to be the 2 casualties that managed to get away. Well, I'm not too sure. I don't think they've even got past the first lap. But Leistra continues to lead the way at this particular juncture. Or is he? I think that's changed. Or has there been a change with regards to Luca Thiel? Because where is Luca Thiel? Luca Thiel looks to be down in 5th position, in what is effectively 5th position. So he's behind Zsombor Kovac. He's behind Milan Ritter. And the next driver behind him is Bennett Ahrens in the 327. So quite a few changes happening up and down the order. 12 minutes and 10 seconds still to go in this race. And Leistra keeping his head down, staying ahead of Linus Hensen. But Zsombor Kovac, the Hungarian, looks up the inside through into turn 4. And then all of a sudden, like a rat up a drain pipe, goes Milan Ritter up into P3. Past the German. Then we've got Luca Thiel not too far behind. So Lystra still continuing to lead after what is now going to be the completion of lap number 3. The Buvin power driver from Belgium continues to lead proceedings, having led the field from pole position. 11 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap still to go in this race, and it is getting rather close. Maurice Schmeis has just been passed by Zino Kovac for what is 11th on the road. Lukas Hartmann has got past Andrei Petropoulos for what is 22nd on the road. The top 3 has had a significant change. As well, it has changed again, because Milan Ritter has just been passed by Linus Hensen. So it is all getting a little bit close at the sharper end of the field. But Luca Lystra continuing to lead the way. We've had 2 retirements already. Finstiak out, Lasse Reinhardt out, both out on that incident coming out of turn 3 and into the barriers on the right-hand side after the start phase. Lystra has been continuing to lead proceedings, but Zsombor Kovac is fast closing on the Belgian going into turn 2. Linus Hensen is trying to close in. Lucas Thompson in the 312 is the fastest driver out there. He's just put in a 51.7 as the 312 and is trying to close in on Luca Costa and is about 0.6 of a second behind as things start ramping up in this first of 2 races. Both 14 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. So still plenty to go. Max Wirtz past Lukas Vavajnak, Kian Agasari and Lukas Hartmann past Philip Keskiek. But again, Lystra is leading the way, not looking back. As Linus Hensen now closing on Zsombor Kovac for 2nd position. Hensen wants that place back and then wants to start charging. Lucas Thompson running in the 51.5s, fastest lap of anybody, 51.520. And Hensen goes for the move on Kovac through turn 4 and gets the job done. Nice and clean from the 333, the reigning and defending champion. Nick Cuppens has made his way up into 12th and he's got past Maurice Schmeis in the process. Darius Nitu past Berit Ahrens. Luca Thiel past Milan Ritter. And that is for 4th on the road. But then Ritter has retaken the place and has gotten back into position. We've had just over 5 minutes of this 14-minute plus an additional lap race here in Mülsen. Carry on. And now Hensen in striking range. He can see that the target in his crosshairs, one Luca Lystra, is not too far in front. Going into turn 4, we saw a good move from Hensen on Kovac last time around. We won't see it here on the next tour. But these two were battling away against each other yesterday. Hensen took the victory in Heat 2. Lystra, Heat 1. 2nd for Lystra in Heat 2. Luca Thiel was the 2nd and a 3rd for the 399, who finished runner-up in this class last season. Bastian Balaj gets up into 7th. Lucas Thompson and Zino Kovac both get past Luca Costa. And those 2 drivers, the former 2, complete the top 10. Linus Hensen is within 0.2 of a second of Lystra, but he needs to be a little bit closer, a smidgen closer. If he's within 1.5 tenths, then he's got a real good chance of getting past the Belgian for the lead of the race. The way things are going, Luca Lystra does not want to relinquish that victory. Doesn't really want to relinquish the chance of a victory or a chance of the lead. But he's kept on going, has Lystra. It's not been easy. But who said racing was easy, especially if you're the one that's being chased? It's one thing to chase somebody down, it's something completely different to pass them, as now Linus Hensen right up at the back bumper of the Buvin power driver heading down into turn 2. As still just under half of this race left to go, plus an additional lap. And at the minute, as things stand, is that Bennett Ahrens I've just seen? Bennett Ahrens has just pulled to the side, just off those barriers there. So he's walking away from his kart, I think. So that could be retirement number 3 out of 27. At the moment, the battle for third is really heating up. Zsombor Kovács, the Hungarian, being closed in by the young Dane, Milan Ritter. And that is for third place. Luca Thiel has dropped back. And it looks like, yep, that is going to be a pretty much confirmed retirement for Bennett Ahrens in 3:27. As he walks away from the car. That's a real shame for the RS competition driver. Maurice Schmeis has got past Denny Bern up into 14th. Lucas Hartmann and Kian Agasade both make their way up into 16th and 17th respectively. Luisa Keller gets past Philip Keskik, as now the battle for the top 4, which includes the lead of the race, is constituting. The top 4 were covered by just over 0.7 of a second last time around. And Lystra still leads. We're about to go into double digits, as they are now crossing the lines to complete lap number 10 with 5 minutes and 17 on the clock plus an additional lap still to go. And the gap has truncated between the quartet from 0.7 to 0.5 of a second. As now Linus Henson looks for the lead through turn 4 on lap number 10 on Luca Lystra and gets past the 3:56. So nicely and neatly done by Linus Henson. And now Lystra's falling into the clutches of both Zsombor Kovács and Milan Ritter. As long as those two don't start squabbling between each other, they'll be absolutely fine and dandy. The way things are at the moment, Henson will do exactly what Lystra did and look to keep that position. So we've got 3 confirmed retirements. Finstiak and Lasse Reinhardt on lap 1. Bennett Ahrens, unfortunately, on lap number 8 of this race, as Lystra retakes the lead through turn 2 on Henson. And Kovács and Ritter now sense their opportunity is here, as up through the inside once again goes Henson, and then all of a sudden the floodgates well and truly open, because effectively as soon as that move happened, that Henson went for the move on Lystra, it allowed both Zsombor Kovács and Milan Ritter to get past, and there was nothing that Lystra could say or do about it. He was literally exposed right there and then after that move, because once someone goes for the move through that left-hander, the other person is effectively opening the door for the rest of the opposition. But now Henson leads, going on to lap number 13 of this race. We've still got 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And Henson now starting to pull away. Just over 0.2 of a second was his advantage, or just under 0.2 of a second was his advantage on Zsombor Kovács. And now Kovács coming under the kibosh, courtesy of Milan Ritter and Luca Lystra. Kian Agasade gets past Denny Bount for 16th. Lukas Hartmann past Maurice Schmeis for 14th. Luca Koester has got past Zino Kovács as the 3:66 takes 8th position. Time is fast ticking away. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock remaining. And at the minute, Linus Henson continues to race away, but he's not going to race away into the distance, because there goes Zsombor Kovács for the lead of the race through turn 2. This could open the door for Milan Ritter if he's not very much careful. But Kovács gets through, and now it's about fighting back. And Lystra knows that he has been at the front of the field, and what's happened here is that he's managed to get past the 3:22 of Milan Ritter. Luca Thiel gets past, and there was a bit of an acknowledgement sign there from Milan Ritter. I think really he might want to, well, I'm not too sure whether he's doing that in due deference to the people out on the circuit. However, the thing is that Ritter was in the battle for the lead, and now it's going to become a different scrap because Luca Thiel has now made his way up past Milan Ritter, who's dropped to 5th position. So this makes things rather interesting, doesn't it? Well, Milan Ritter has retaken 4th position from Luca Thiel. It's now Linus Henson closing on Zsombor Kovac. Luca Lystra looking to close in too. That is your top 3. 1.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Kovac takes a long look over the right shoulder to see where Linus Henson is, and Linus Henson is there. And in full, plain, unadulterated sight. And again, another look over the right shoulder by Zsombor Kovac. Luca Lystra now coming back into the fray. And he sends it up the inside. Oh, that's a brave move from the Belgian. He gets past Linus Henson. Then all of a sudden, Henson now has to fight with Milan Ritter for 3rd place as Zsombor Kovac leads from Luca Lystra. Henson down to 3rd, and now has Luca Thiel for close company, who's got past Milan Ritter in the process. Jan Heinen looks to have parked it, unfortunately, as there goes Ritter up the inside of Luca Thiel to retake 4th place. And with them, they've got Darius Nitu in that mix as well. No other drivers. The other driver that's a little bit further behind will be the 312 of Lucas Thompson. And that now means there's going to be quite a few drivers wanting to get further up the order, but time is fast running out. 13 on the clock remains. They come out of the final corner. Will the last lap board go out this time around? No, it doesn't, because they crossed the line with 6 seconds to go on the clock. That is it. Time is up here in this race for Senior Rotax, race 1 out of 2. And now Lystra has got the lead from Kovac. And now Kovac responds, goes back up the inside through turn 4. Lystra's doing everything, but then all of a sudden Linus Henson gets through. He just saw a gap there and went for it. I mean, I'm just going to have a quick look back, because obviously Linus Henson has got a title to defend. Zsombor Kovac and Luca Lystra, they're using this as a bit of a testing session, but there was a bit of a moment there, and it looked like Kovac just saw to his right what was going on. All of a sudden, he lifted off the throttle. I'm not too sure what happened there, but we're going to go on to the final lap. Linus Henson gets the last lap ball, the sign he needs. And now, Kovac is ahead of Ritter. Lystra down in 4th, Nitu up into 5th. Luca Thiel in 6th place. Just one more lap to go. This is where things have been really interesting, because now the driver that is at the head of the points table coming into this round, he would have gained 16 points for finishing 3rd in the intermediate classification, or the ranking after the heats yesterday. He still has a comfortable lead, but the perfect score has unfortunately been whitewashed, so to speak, by Luca Lystra. But Linus Henson now makes his way up towards the final double right-hander here at Mülsen, and he will go into this afternoon's race at the top of the tree, top of the pops, king of the hill, coming out of the final corner. Oh, and it's a turner, and Ritter's into the barriers hard. Oh, and he had the wind knocked out of his sails there, and he's just trying to get out of the cart. Drama there. Milan Ritter does not make the finish line. Now that was, I'm just going to have a look, and there was, oh, he was trying. Now, Henson wins that race. Zsombor Kovac takes 2nd ahead of Luca Lystra. And yeah, Ritter was trying to go towards the outside of Lystra going into the final corner. The back end stepped out to the left-hand side, and all of a sudden the Dane was a passenger. He spun round. Darius Nitu takes 4th ahead of Luca Thiel, Lucas Thompson, Luca Köster, Zino Kovac, Lucas Hartmann, and Max Busch ran at the top 10. Nick Cuppens in 11th ahead of Maurice Schmeis, Giuseppe Fico, Adrian Dobric, Kian Agassade, Marek Svirts, Bastian Balaj, Andrei Petropoulos, Lucas Vavajanak, Luisa Keller, Denny Bount, Philip Keskik, Milan Ritter getting yards away from the checkered flag, but unfortunately not finishing the race ahead of Jan Heinen, Bennett Arrens, Finn Stiak, and Lasse Reinhardt.
Das hat bestimmt eine Frau eingefahren.
Der war sehr gut.
Ja, scheint besser zu sein, ne? Ja, aber das liegt
Siehst du das?
Da ist man schon wieder zu viel Fett.
Du hast aber auch an allem was auszusetzen.
Ja, kennst du Frauen oder nicht? Bitte wissen wir doch warum.
Es kann sich jetzt nur noch um Stunden handeln. Ja, der Schlepperfahrer ist nicht der schnellste. Ich habe noch keinen gesehen, der langsam ist. Wenn du den Autofahren siehst, dann denkst du, wir müssen gar nicht oben sehen.
Der genießt halt seinen Auftritt.
Ja. Endlich darf ich auch mal fahren.
Besser wäre es nur noch, wenn er da sitzen wird im Auto und dann die Massen grüßt.
Der fährt ja noch langsamer wie der Luft am Pferd. Und da ist es Automatik. Und den Rückwärts, deswegen benutzen wir den Rückwärts.
Rückwärts kann man also rückwärts. Ich war aber schnell weg. Weg ist so schnell wahrscheinlich.
So, Vorstart, Antenne. Seid ihr ready?
Jawohl.
Lange gebraucht. Ja. Aber nicht schlecht. Das schmeckt ja nicht. Also ich hab
Ja, vor allem,
immer aufgepasst,
guck,
dass ich...
guck mal, wie tief dieser Löffel ist.
Ja.
Ich habe vor uns immer aufgepasst, dass ich nicht mit dem Mund an das Pult.
Da jetzt bei McDonalds, du hast diese Hardcore-Pappstrohhelme, die sind auch immer gruselig.
Also, ne, ich sag mal, für normale Fanta oder Cola oder so geht das ja noch nicht. Aber
Milchshake muss nochmal schlimmer sein, ja.
Milchshake ist
Aber es
Katastrophe.
reicht schon so viel Cola, wenn du das halt in 10 spürst, dann kriegst du das.
Dann nehme ich lieber Metall oder Glas.
Glasschwalbe sind echt cool.
Glas?
So there is the DD2 field ready to go. Pre-grid has been cleared of all mechanics and the green flag waves. So let's have a look at the grid for their first of two races here today, both 14 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. Zana Shriblack will start from pole position, having had 2 race victories yesterday. DEKM is in second position alongside Florian Breidenbach and Yannick Jacobs row number 2. Fabian Bock and Honey Göttler in the 481 and the 466. Row 3. Dennis Thiem in the 454 and the 444 of Janis Stier. That's row 4. Completing the top 10 is the 441 of Ragnar Virus and the 408 of Matthias Lund. Row 6, it's Mark Bartels in the 488 and the 439 of Long Seifried. The 468 of Hannes Border and the 413 of Marcel Steinert complete the top 7 rows. Follow that up with row 8, it's Jonas Wolscheid in the 420 and 477 of Robert Schopian. Philipp Treschler in the 402 and Tim Stender in the 409 ran out the top 9 rows, with Denis Chalot in the 403 and Leon Arndt in the 442 completing the top 20. Running out the 23 strong, it's the 425 of Franziska Blum, the 458 of Fotios Kalfas and the 469 of Yannick Herrmann. So 14 minutes awaits these drivers. It will be a case of seeing who can be the first person to get across the line. But as they say, to finish first you must finish. And it couldn't be truer here in DD2. There's going to be plenty of action along the way as the drivers are prepped, primed and ready to go racing. So Schriblak and Mika Metz will be controlling the pace, as now they get themselves into the 2x2 rolling start formation. Into the tram lines we go. Red lights on the starting gantry. We start to build speed. Are we ready? That is a false start. False start called by race direction and adequately decided. So again, we will have to go into another rolling start very, very shortly indeed. And if the race director is not happy about it, we've seen it before here, but if it's normally two yellow flags, I have seen it before where a red flag has been called, and then they have decided to instruct and educate the drivers accordingly in order to make sure that they follow the procedure as per the regulations. After this, we'll have the DD2 Masters, and then it will be time for a well-required lunch break for all included. So hopefully on the second time of asking, we will go lights out. So this time we are underway and racing, and it's a good start from Florian Breitenbach, who got the jump on Mika Metz, who is finding his way a little bit further back than where he should be. What we did see from Mika Metz, who actually took 2 successive second-place finishes yesterday. But at the moment, it's Arne Schriblak and Florian Breitenbach who lead the way. Fabian Bock has got his way up into 3rd position. It looks like Dennis Thiem has gotten himself up into P5 ahead of Yannick Jacobs in the 401. So just 1 1/4 of a second separate Arne Schriblak and Florian Breitenbach at the end of the first race. At the end of the first race lap. But now it's 0.175. Fabian Bock up into P3, and he's got past Mika Metz. As it looks like there's an attempt there by Yannick Jacobs to get past Dennis Thiem, which has happened. And Mark Bartels has also stuck his oar in. And here is Laurent Seifried in the 439 from FM Racing. It's definitely getting a bit up close and personal, especially when you look at where Janis Stier and Hannes Border were just a second ago. Robert Schopian's made his way up into 13th position. He goes up the inside of another driver. And I would imagine that's probably going to be maybe the case of one of the Kraft Motorsport karts. Couldn't really make out the number. However, at the end of it, he's made up a position. That's what counts. 12 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap remaining. And Zander Schiblak trying to get his head down, trying to pull away. And he's now saying he's doing the old think tactic, the old think gesture, saying to Florian Breitenbach, look, just work with me. Let's just get away and let's just have our own battle, all right? We don't want those two behind us coming up close and personal. But Florian Breitenbach has got other ideas as he looks up the inside through the left-hander at turn 4 on Zander Schiblak. And on that particular occasion, whilst they're battling away, this is going to allow the likes of Fabian Bock and Mika Metz to come back into contention. Matthias Lund, in the meantime, has made his way up into 5th place. As he's got past Yannick Jacobs, he's got past Mark Bartels, who in turn, those two have got past Dennis Thiem. Lawrence Seifried's got his way past Ronny Gertler to round out the top 9. And Robert Schoppian is closing in. Mika Metz is the fastest driver out there. Breitenbach trying to go for the lead on Schiblak, who literally just closes the door before they've even got towards the braking zone for turn 2. And now Bock and Metz are working together. And here goes Breitenbach for the move for the lead, and then the switchback happens. But good awareness from Florian Breitenbach to really go for it, and he's gone for the move on the leader of Zander Schiblak. That was absolutely immense. Inspired driving by Florian Breitenbach, and I know one of the reasons why he wanted to put a move like that on Zander Schiblak. He's doing that for his brother, Oliver, who's still currently in hospital, and I know for a fact, Oliver, that you are watching along with us, and I know you're cheering him on in your best capacity possible. Despite what happened a couple of weeks ago, I know you're cheering your brother on. There's now Schiblak coming under fire from Fabian Bock. And also Mika Metz coming into play here too. Top 4 closing in. Matthias Lund, he's got the homing missiles out as Matthias Lund, the Dane. And that's on the 4 in front. Yannick Jacobs and Dennis Thiem ran out the top 7. Mark Bartels, Lawrence Seifried, Ronny Gertler, Robert Schoppian, Marcel Steinert, Hannes Bode, Janis Stier and Ragnar Virus ran at the top 15, but look at how much of a concertina. It's a bit like the accordion effect here at Mülsen. And you could just see a little bit of a lift off from the bumper at the front of Schiblak's car as he went through the sort of like the dip in that chicane. But 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock remaining. Florian Breitenbach leads the race 0.3 of a second across the line after 5 laps of racing ahead of Zander Schiblak. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 3. And we've also got Mika Metz in 4th, Matthias Lund, Yannick Jacobs, Dennis Thiem. It's all concertinaing at the front of the field. Lawrence Seifried has got past Mark Bartels to the 4:39 from FM Racing. Running on the Comcart chassis is giving chase to those in front. Dennis Thiem is the fastest driver out there at 50.672. And he was 0.2 of a second quicker than Lawrence Seifried on that previous lap. So Seifried trying to close the gap, whereas Dennis Thiem is just wanting to extend that between 7th and 8th. Across the line to complete lap number 6, Breitenbach still leads. Bock, Schiblak, Metz right up the back bumper, and now up into 3rd place through turn 2. And now here is Matthias Lund, as they now make their way up in towards the left-hander at turn 4. It was a pretty easy move down the start-finish straight, courtesy of Mika Metz up the inside of the Schiblak. It's a bit like stealing candy from a baby, and he got the job done. As there goes Matthias Lund up the inside of Zander Schiblak. Did exactly what Florian Breitenbach did to Schiblak a couple of laps ago when Breitenbach went for the lead. And now Breitenbach has got those behind him chasing him down. Fabian Bock from Voik Motorsport in the number 481 is closing in. Mika Metz rounds out the top 3. And this is where things get rather close. 8 minutes to go. 6 minutes completed. We've got one additional lap after this one. But at the minute, Florian Breitenbach is still leading the race, this time ahead of Fabian Bock. Mika Metz, as there's the move from Bock for the lead, but the switchback happens, and all of a sudden, Breitenbach gets to where he was, and now it's There was a bit of a slow up from Fabian Bock there. I'm not too sure if he just got himself a bit out of position. But what happened there was Matthias Lund looked towards the inside. Lund now up into second position. And Mika Metz was trying to get through. But as a result of that, what happened was Matthias Lund managed to make his way through. He made it 3 abreast, nigh on going through. Mika Metz got a little bit compromised when Lund went up the inside of Bock because Metz was trying to get through as well. And that has given so much daylight at the end of the tunnel to the tune of now 0.942 seconds for Florian Breitenbach. He wanted to get an advantage. He's got one now. And it's down to the likes of Matthias Lund, Fabian Bock, Mika Metz, who need to start working together as a trio. They need to start reeling Breitenbach in. And that sometimes is easier said than done. The reason every single racing driver will want to work within their same stable. If they have to work with a member of the opposition, that sounds a bit like a political term there in the House of Commons and Parliament, effectively what that means is that once they start working with somebody out on the circuit and they're not part of the same stable, just let's say that fireworks can happen in the latter stages of the race. You get to, like, say, a couple of laps to go, and all of a sudden, the fireworks, the gloves are, the fireworks are lit, the mushroom cloud hits the circuit, and then all of a sudden, the gloves are off, and it becomes a bare-knuckle brawl. So, 6 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, and Matthias Lund has started eating away into that gap that Florian Breitenbach had amassed over a couple of laps or so, whilst everyone behind him was squabbling like children in a playground. Breitenbach had lost about 0.3 of a second after that previous lap, because Matthias Lund has just set the fastest lap of anybody, a 50.413 on that particular occasion. So Matthias Lund is looking rather racy, and he's got the pace to back that up with. So the gap now, 0.5 of a second between first and second, but Florian Breitenbach is trying to put the leg. He's trying to get the legs to run a bit faster on that hamster's wheel and that engine of his. But Fabian Bock is the fastest driver out there. The 481 from Volkswagen Sport puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 50.395 second lap time around this 1,315 metre circuit. So he is closing in on Matthias Lund, and he's bringing along Mika Metz along with for the ride. So now the top 4 were covered last time, but just over 9.5 of a second. Expect that to drop the next time we cross the stripe. But at the minute, Florian Breitenbach is doing his level best. He's trying to keep ahead of everybody else, and that includes the charging Dane behind him. Right, okay, time penalties have now been issued for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines, one of which is the 408. That's Matthias Lund gets a 3-second time penalty. That's drama for him. The next one is the 442. That's Leon Art down in 18th. And then the 458, that is of Matthias Kalfas. So Matthias Lund, after that incursion, or that formation break on the start, has cost him second on the road. That will put him, at the minute, 6th ahead of Zander Schiblak, who has ended up being in 7th position. So Matthias Lund might be second on the road. He's currently, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that gap, but Fabian Bock will quickly want to get past. I'm sure that on the digi flag that might be showing to Matthias Lund he's got a 3-second time penalty, and he will know that. So if that is the case, that is going to be a bit of a headache for Matthias Lund. That's not something that he wanted right about now. I don't think that showed on the digi flag. I'm not 100% sure because I don't always see it, unfortunately. However, Florian Breitenbach now has new company behind him, and it's Fabian Bock in the 481. As we head into the last 3 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. We're on lap number 13 of this race. It has been rather, not stagnant, but I think more of a stalemate has been at the sharper end of the grid. They have pulled away. Lawrence Seyfried, in the meantime, has got himself, he's sneakily done this whilst we've been concentrating on the top 4. Lawrence Seyfried is now up into a genuine 5th place. So a welcome result for him after all of that. And he is closing on the quartet in front. He's running in the 50.5s. He's on the same pace as the quartet that are leading the way. The slowest of which was Matthias Lund, who is now actually down into 4th position as Mika Metz has gotten past. And along with Lawrence Seyfried is coming along the 401 of Kraft Motorsport's Yannick Jacobs. So effectively, a lot of these drivers now are pushing like crazy. Seyfried can now see Matthias Lund. So in terms of the distance between Lund and Seyfried, it's 1.4 seconds in terms of time. But Breidenbach continues on his merry way. He is still leading this race. But Fabian Bock is giving chase, and with just over 1 minute and 35 to go, it's anyone's guess who will be top dog here on the first of 2 14-minute plus additional lap races here at Mülsen. Well, at the moment, the top dog is currently Florian Breidenbach. Robert Schopian, Jonas Volscheid and Yannick Herrmann now jump up into 14th, 15th and 16th respectively. We now have this plus 2 additional laps still to go. Lap number 16 out of 18. And Fabian Bock was within 2 tenths. He was within 1.7 tenths of a second on Florian Breidenbach this time around. But Breidenbach knows that Bock has been very, very close indeed. And there the move has happened. Fabian Bock has finally gotten past after much persistence, and it was into the chicane. Bock just sent it like a madman, but now Breidenbach wants that position back. We're now going to head onto the 17th and penultimate lap. Breidenbach nearly pulls out of the tow. Bock reacts to counter. Mika Metz closing in as well, hand over fist. Matthias Lund will be eliminated from this battle effectively as Breidenbach looks towards the outside going into turn 4. That's going to open the door for Mika Metz, who goes up the inside to now take second. Time is about to expire as they hurtle their way through into the chicane. That's it, time's up. One more lap after this. We're on lap number 17 out of 18. And Fabian Bock made his move when it counted. But was it too early, or was it just at the right time? We're going to find out as we're about to head on to the 18th and final lap of this race, because they come out of the final corner. Fabian Bock leads the race going on to the final lap. Just under 1.3 kilometers to go. And there goes Mika Metz up the inside through turn 2 to take the lead off of Fabian Bock. Bock trying to re-establish himself onto this battle as he looked to the right, then went to the left, then all of a sudden that compromised Florian Breidenbach, who was also trying to go for the move on Fabian Bock, but going through into the next chicane. Breidenbach's really got to try and do something, and it's got to be out of the final corner. This is close. Matthias Lund is with them, but he will be demoted out of the top 4. He will probably end up around about 9th or 10th position. He's gotten away with that one to the best of his ability in some respects. But you can see here Matthias Lund up the inside of Florian Breidenbach. Matthias Lund will be out of this, but Tim Mika Metz, is he going to take the victory? Is going to take it by 27 thousandths of a second. Mamma mia, mercy, mercy me. That was a brilliant race to the flag by Mika Metz and Fabian Bock, with the former taking the victory by 27 thousandths of a second. Florian Breidenbach was on course for victory, but he finished in P3 at the end of this race provisioning. Matthias Lund finishes in 4th, but has a 3-second time penalty coming to him post-race, which will drop him from 4th, and that will drop him to around about 9th position when the times get amended. Also, Lawrence Seyfried 5th, head of Yannick Jacobs. Sonne Schürblach in 7th. Dennis Thiem in 8th, head of Ronnie Göttler, Marcel Steinert, Ragnar Virus, Hannes Border, Mark Bartels, Robert Schopian, Jonas Volscheid, Yannick Herrmann, Jana Stier, Leon Arndt, Tim Stender, Philipp Dreschler, Denis Charlot, Franziska Blum, and Fortius Kalfas rounding out the 23 that finished the race. But Mika Metz victorious in race 1. So we go into our final race of the morning's action, and it is DD2 Masters. So your grid is as follows. Daniel Schollenberger, who took the lead in intermediate classification yesterday, starts on pole. Stefan Krabo, who took a well-deserved victory yesterday afternoon, starts alongside him on the front row. Lennart Schreiber in the 5:24 and Tommy Helfinger complete the top 2 rows ahead of Michael Becker, a very happy Marco Winkler, the 5:26 and the 5:66 respectively. Konrad Bayer starts in 7th in the 5:80 and has Thomas Piet in the 5:50 alongside. Running out the top 10, it is Andreas Prenzel and Patrick Weinstock. Tobias Greif and Rainer Born round out the top 12 positions ahead of Klaus Panett, Nico Heiner, Tanju Yildiz and Falco Birkholz rounding out the 16 strong as they now head on to their formation lap here at Mülsen. So one more race after this, then we go into the lunch break, and then we will have 8 races to conclude the day, with the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft joining us for their pre-final a little bit later on today, just after the lunch break. They will close out the show a little bit later on this afternoon, once it is all said and done. So 16 drivers geared up, ready to go racing. And so far this weekend, it has been as entertaining as always in regards to DD2 Masters. So they start to get into formation, ready and ahead of their first of 2 races, both 14 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. So it's Schollenberger and Grabau that will control the pace on the rolling start. So into the tram lines we go. The revs start to build. Are we ready? Well then, let's go racing. And what a cut across from Tommy Helfinger. That caught Michael Becker unawares right there and then. Oh, it's gotten feisty as always as Helfinger makes his way up into P3 before they've even made the move into turn 3. Into 4 for the first time. It's Schollenberger leading. And looks like a few other changes as well. I think that Lennart Schreiber's got his way up into 2nd position. Tommy Helfinger up into P3. Michael Becker 4th. Stefan Grabau drops down into 5th place. But a very, very rude awakening for Michael Becker. I think he got caught napping and he got a little bit of one of those sort of like wake-up scares that you get sometimes when someone decides to wake you early morning. Well, it's getting closer to more like lunchtime in the moment for Michael Becker, and he needs to be a bit more awake than that. Tommy Helfinger now going side by side with Lennart Schreiber as they come across the line. 43,000 between the pair of them, and Helfinger sends it up the inside. Schreiber, gets run a little bit wide, and he's on the grass. He's back on the circuit, though, and he's lost out to Becker. He's lost out to Winkler. He's lost out to Grabau in the process. As Michael Becker was looking rather racy and looked up the inside through turn 4, and now he's going for it. He's gotten past Tommy Helfinger, and now, hang on a second, is Helfinger slowing? Helfinger just had a massive drama just there and then coming out of that corner, and I think that cart is slowing. So looking back at the, and I just saw that he came out of the chicane, and he pounded the right-hand side of the steering wheel in frustration. So I think Tommy Helfinger might be dealing with dramas, as now Becker up the inside for second position on Marco Winkler. It's really heating up now, and here comes Stefan Krabo. Lennart Schreiber still in the mix for this as well. So effectively, that has changed everything with regards to it. Now, where is Tommy Helfinger? Yep, I thought there might have been a problem. I think he's parked it. Helfinger's pulling into the... Oh, Helfinger's out. Helfinger's pulled into the pits. The minute he slammed that steering wheel, I knew there was something amiss. And that has caused him to retire from the race on the second lap. It was all looking so promising. But now Daniel Schallenberger has run away like the cat that's got the cream. And behind, Michael Becker, now thrown to the wolves, so to speak. And the first wolf that wants to be head of the wolf pack behind Daniel Schallenberger is Marco Winkler, as that left side of that rear end looked a little bit sideways. But here goes Winkler up the inside of Becker through turn 2. Becker comes back at him. The pair go side by side through 3. Oh, that nearly opens the door for Krabo. Well, it nearly did for turn 4 there, but Winkler kept it nice and tight and defensive. So a really good attempt there from Marco Winkler to go up the inside of Michael Becker, but it wasn't enough. Stefan Krabo looking to get past the 5:66 from FD Motorsport. We've got 10 minutes and 50 seconds still to go in this race. Helfinger is pretty much out of the running, and he's going to have to start from the rear of the grid later on in their final race of the weekend at 3:45 local time. 10.5 minutes to go. Daniel Schallenberger is leading, and the gap is further extending. It was 2.1, it's now 2.5 seconds nigh on, after what is the 4th race lap of this encounter. Klaus Barnett rounds out the top 10. He's a couple of positions behind Konrad Bayer, who seems to be really doing well in the 580 comp kart chassis with FM Racing. He seems to be a bit of, and I know he'd understand this term, bit of Billy No Mates. He's all on his lonesome at the minute, but he's doing a good job, is Bayer, having switched teams from RS Competition to FM Racing for 2021, and also switching chassis from Tony Kart to Comp Kart, and it has been an inspired choice. But he's got to keep his wits about him, because he's got to keep ahead of Thomas Piet, who is closing in on his back bumper at the moment in the 550. So there is Michael Becker, there's Marco Winkler, Stefan Krabo, Lennart Schreiber and Andreas Frenzel. Now one of the the second highest placed Sodi car in this race, and is closing on Schreiber in the CKR. Patrick Weinstock, Konrad Bayer, Thomas Piet is closing in. Marco Winkler is again doing what he did yesterday. He's setting fastest laps, a 51.640 for Marco Winkler, and he is trying to close in on Michael Becker. The gap has started to slightly extend to around about half a second or so, but he's got to watch his back bumper, because Stefan Krabo, who was 3.5 tenths behind at the end of the last lap, looks to be a little bit closer. But then going slightly further back, you've got Lennart Schreiber, Andreas Frenzel and Patrick Weinstock. They will be battling over 5th, 6th and 7th position. And then a little bit further back by, well, actually, Konrad Bayer has just put in his personal best, and he's running the 51.7s. He is closing on Weinstock. The gap was 1.2 seconds. It's now just under a second. So Bayer really starting to ramp up the pace, and he's actually responding to Thomas Piet, who in turn goes in and puts in a 51.745 on that particular occasion. So Tommy Helfinger, yes, was a confirmed retirement on the second lap of this race. A real shame for him, because he was looking rather racy, and he got past Lennart Schreiber in quick successive, going through the start phase. He nailed that start perfectly. Schallenberger doesn't even need to look back at the minute, because Michael Becker is so far away. He's about, well, Becker's starting to push the envelope, as is Marco Winkler. Marco Winkler now puts in another fast lap, a 51.481 for the 566. He really seems to have found a good base setup on that Paralin chassis, and he started to build upon that over the course of the weekend. He's had to make these fine tunes and fine tweaks with the mechanic at the team, and it's really, really paid dividends for him. But at the moment, with just over half of the race to go, Daniel Schollenberger is keeping himself consistent. A 51.799 on lap 5, a 51.642 on lap 6, a 51.702 lap 7. We're about to complete lap number 8. He is consistently running at a high level, a 51.591. And I've just seen that the 506, there was a 5-second penalty for Tommy Helfinger, but that's not really going to cause any problems for his race, because effectively he's out of it. Michael Becker has been passed by Marco Winkler for second position. So the Paralin really coming on strong in the second phase of this race for Marco Winkler. Stefan Carbo is trying to close in as well with 6.5 minutes to go still on the clock. And this means that Winkler can start to push. He's got a gap now. He's pulling away. Michael Becker, I think, is now going to come under salvo fire from Stefan Carbo very, very soon indeed. 6 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock to go, plus an additional lap. The gap between Schollenberger and now to second place driver Marco Winkler extends to around about 2.8 seconds after 9 laps of racing. Michael Becker completes the top 3. Thomas Pieters got past Konrad Bayer for 8th position. Lennart Schreiber, in the meantime, has been dropping down the field. Tanjo Yildiz up into P12 ahead of Heiner Braun. Nico Heiner and Falco Birkholz round out the 15 that are still running, as we are on to lap number 10 of this race. So, but the fastest lap of anybody, oh my goodness me, Marco Winkler on lap number 8 put in a 51.224. He's not pulling away from Becker, but he needs to start reeling in Daniel Schollenberger if he wants to go after that victory, but that's easier said than done. 2.8 seconds was the gap last time. It's 2.8 again, 2.867 for Winkler, as Michael Becker's trying to get past him, but Becker, who's now set a personal best, went over 0.15, over a tenth and a half quicker than Winkler on the previous tour. He now is starting to close. It's all a case of who is going to want it the most. Who's going to start putting the hammer down? Well, at the minute, Daniel Schollenberger, who's about to cross the line to go on to lap number 12, has just crossed the line. He's just put in a 51.4, and his gap between him and Winkler is now nearly 3.2 seconds. And the consistency is showing from Schollenberger. A 51.4, a 51.5, a 51.467. Those are from this lap to 2 laps back. How consistent Daniel Schollenberger has been. Marco Winkler, it's been a bit topsy-turvy. Last lap around was a 51.7, then it was a 51.5 the lap before, and then a 51.9 the lap before that. Michael Becker also very sporadic. 52.4 on lap number 9, 51.3 on lap number 10, and then a 51.8 last time around. So sometimes consistency, not just in championships, but consistency on lap times are very, very good to have as a skill set. As now, again, Schollenberger, another 51.4. Winkler's now starting to pick up the pace. The gap's still 3.196 seconds between first and second position. We have just under 3.5 minutes to go. There's Andreas Frenzel battling away with Patrick Weinstock for what is 5th position on the road. So Sodi versus Tony Carr into the chicane that brings him onto the further part of the circuit here at Mülsen. So Daniel Schollenberger has not really had to worry about looking back, because all he's been doing is looking forward, and that has helped him no end indeed. as he now crosses the line once again. It's to 51.5 that time. 51.445 for Marco Winkler. Brings the gap down by about a tenth. Of a 0.107 of a second, if you want decimal points being broadcasted. Thomas Piet past Leonard Schreiber, who in his own right is about 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Konrad Bayer. So Konrad Bayer, who's been running, hasn't been running outside of the top 8 this weekend so far. Still running a very credible within the top 10. Oh, there's dramas there, and that was for Winkler and for Becker, and all of a sudden, oh my goodness me. Now, what on earth happened there? That really was a strange incident, if I'm honest with you. Now, I'm wondering, has there been a change in the weather? I'm not too sure. I'm just going to keep an eye on them, as that, because effectively what happened was they came out of turn 3, and it was mainly at the far part of the circuit. So they come out, go through the chicane, and effectively, yeah, they all went off in synchronization. And that was Grabau, and then all of a sudden Andreas Frenzel decided to get up the inside of them, and then all of a sudden Frenzel has a moment, and well, I mean, the good thing is that Winkler actually kept his foot planted. Andreas Frenzel now battling away. He's looking up the inside of Patrick Weinstock. Wallops the curbs. Becker up the inside of Winkler through the final corner. We're into the last 60 seconds of this race. And effectively, now the battle for second is well and truly on. Winkler keeps ahead of Weinstock. Farkor Bilkods has called it a day. Thomas Piet has looks to have retired as well, because of technical issues. But now, oh, that was a bit clumsy there from Weinstock, and that's opened the door for Frenzel, who's got past. And then all of a sudden, here comes Stefan Grabau. And, Weinstock's just squeezed him coming out of the chicane there. But this time around, we're going to come on to the final lap very, very shortly. On to lap number 16. And there is Daniel Schallenberger. He's kept out in front. He's done exactly what he needed to do, and hasn't looked back one iota. So on to the penultimate lap. Lap number 17 out of 18. Timer has struck 0. That is it for the morning's action. Apart from one more lap after this one. So through they go. Into turn 4 for the penultimate time, into the chicane. And it has been, after Tommy Helfinger's sudden disappearance, after technical issues forced him to retire on lap 2, it has meant that Daniel Schallenberger has had the light at the end of the tunnel all race long. Thomas Piet retires on lap number 14, Falco Birkholz lap number 13. But Daniel Schallenberger comes across the line to take the last lap board. And his gap between him and Michael Becker is about 9 tenths of a second. Going on to the final lap, Schallenberger, I think, even had his own drama at one point. He had, I think it was about 3 laps ago, 54.5 from him. But I think in some respects he's just trying to do a bit of mechanical sympathy to that kart, because provisionally he will be on pole position for the second race later on this afternoon. It will be at 3:45 p.m. But this and one more corner remains. It's going to be a welcome win, and he started celebrating already. Daniel Schallenberger wins race 1 on Sunday here in DD2 Masters ahead of Michael Becker. Marco Winkler shaking his head and saying, what if only that could have been so much better. Well, he was on course for a second place finish. Good sportsmanship between the pair of Becker and Schallenberger. Andreas Frenzel manages to take the advantage of a situation where we saw the likes of Grabau, Winkler and Becker all go off at the same point on the circuit to take 4th place. Weinstock 5th, Grabau 6th, Parnett in 7th, Lennart Schreiber in 8th. Konrad Bayer showed a little bit of frustration there. I think he could have been as high as 7th at the end of that race, but he ended up in 9th, ahead of Daniel Yildiz, the number 570. Tobias Greff in the 586 rounded out the top 11, with Rainer Born in 12th, and Nico Heiner rounding out the top 13, with Thomas Piet unfortunately retiring on lap 14. Falco Birkholz, lap 13, and disaster for Tommy Helfinger on the second lap of the race. Well, that concludes the morning action here at Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen, Eastern Germany, just an hour and a half outside of Dresden International Airport, and a short drive from one of the home of one of the many Volkswagen factories here in Germany, Zwickau. We'll be back just before 1:45 local time here as we get underway, and it's fully charged action with the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft as they have their pre-final at 1:45 this afternoon. We'll see you then, and I'll be back just before we go back to green flag racing.
Kriegst du hin, ne? Zerlegen und so? Achso, müssen wir machen. Ja, deswegen, ja. Wegen dem Motor.
irgendwie im Video gekommen, ich fahre das Kind von mir war Stäubel.
Nee, ich hab auf die Tankstelle.
allesamt als Wet Race gekennzeichnet.
Ich bin ja dabei. Aber es ist wahrscheinlich nicht so gut. Fahrspurbild. Für keine Chance. Weil es dann trocken ist, dann ist ja noch verloren.
Alle mit Slicks. Nein, alle mit Slicks. Und sie mit Slicks.
Das war das Mädchen.
Ja, aber es gibt noch was anderes. Alle mit Regenreifen rausgefahren. Der eine ist nur mit Slicks rausgefahren. Am Ende ist er, weil die super Kosten hat, die alle
Das war in
eingeholt
Italien, das war einer im Rockkappe.
und hat alle überholt und das erste geworden.
Geil, ja, die alle überrundet tatsächlich.
Nein, das ist doch was anderes.
Das ist ein anderes Rennen. Also jetzt mal ganz ehrlich, Scheiße, wenn das so ist, dass du das jetzt
Wie das abkommt, es regnet ganz trocken. Keine Regenreifen.
Ihr geht mal rüber zu dem Mann. Der Gabriel Hoffmann. Hey Austin, is it gonna rain? That's not good enough. Yes or no? We hope not. What do you think? Slicks? Right now? They exist. Ja, das ist
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the resumption of the action here at the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, and also the second round of the Deutsche Elektrokart season, which gets its day 2 truly underway very, very shortly indeed. So early on, we had timed qualifying, where we saw France's Oscar Pellemele take provisional pole position. Well, that has now been confirmed and ratified. A couple of drop-down positions, 3 places for Bernardo Pinheiro and 5 for Mats-Johan Overhoff, but it really didn't make any difference because they've... well, it did make a difference for Pinheiro. Now, Pinheiro was due to start behind Jasmin Stein, but that has promoted our guest driver, Austria's Corinna Kamper, up into 8th position. There has been some light rainfall during the lunch break as well, so will make for interesting conditions here today, this afternoon, at Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen. So we are just moments away from getting this first of 2 races. So the pre-final will take place over the course of 11 laps of racing, and they'll further extend that for the final. Obviously, they have to take into consideration the amount of usage that they can get out of the battery packs. One of each located within each side pod, left and right of the kart. So the green flag waves at the end of the pre-grid, and they get out onto the circuit once again. Standing start with all Project E20 races, including what we have here. So here is the grid for the pre-final for the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft here on day 2, here on Sunday. Oscar Pellemele starts on pole position representing France. Then it's the Emirati Theo Kakati that rounds out the front row in the 409. Finland's Alexi Alava in the 404 will have the Netherlands 454 entry. Jens van der Heijden alongside on row 2. Ella Spiezia manages to not have a front fairing penalty this time and keeps himself in 5th place, and alongside him will be the 416 of the Netherlands. Luca Neuenhuizen, Jasmin Stein and Corinna Kamper make it 1 from Germany and 1 from Austria, rounding out row 4 with Portugal's Bernardo Pinheiro in the 413 and the 418 of Germany's Mats-Johan Overhoff, rounding out the 10 strong that are competing here. So very much like a lot of single-seater classes, a standing start for the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft. It's the only class in the DEKM that actually has a standing start. And already, I see the tactic being employed by Theo Kakati. He's pointed that to the inside of turn 2. So, the marshal walks off the track. The red lights will ignite on the starting gantry. It's lights out, they are off and racing, and a brilliant start, a lightning quick reaction from Theo Kakati, who gets into first place already before they've even hit the apex of turn 2. He got a great run on Oscar Pellemele as Jelava and Van der Heijden battling away over 3rd place as Ella Spiezia manages to get his way. There's been a bit of a moment there. That was for Theo Kakati, who has dropped way down the order as a result. Dropped, I think, out of the top 5. Ella Spiezia managed to get himself up into 3rd place in the initial throws. But oh my goodness, that was a mistake from Kakati. Just lost the back end going into turn 4, and there's more dramas. Because at the minute, Oscar Pellemele is not leading. He is not leading, and we're going to find out at the end of lap 1 who is. And I've got a feeling it's going to be Finland's Alexi Alava in the 404. Well, or could it be Jens van der Heijden? It's Jens van der Heijden from the Netherlands that leads Oscar Pellemele. Alexi Alava rounding out the top 3. Ella Spiezia has ended up at the back end of the train, and it's a long one, all 10 carts. Well, hang on a second. Ella Spiezia, I'm not too sure if his transponder's not functioning, but I see him at the back of the grid. So all 10 runners and riders are on the circuit at the moment. Or Spiezia, I think, is still, he's in around about 6th place. So I think there might have been a timing or a transponder issue. We saw that earlier on with Mika Tap. But Van der Heijden leads the way. Oscar Pellemele being hustled now by Finland's Alexi Lava in the 404. As we're about to come round to complete lap number 2 out of 11. So Jens van der Heijden led by just under 0.6 of a second last time around. Now the gap down to 0.2. As Theo Kakati is way down the order. There is Spiezia right in the mix of things. And he is currently sitting in around about 6th position. But as they jockey for position as well, it's not going to be easy. There's a moment there. That's Jens van der Heijden, the leader. I think has just suffered major drama. And that was coming through into the chicane. Well, I'll just keep an eye on what happened a little bit earlier on. So someone went barrel rolling around the outside. An absolute brazen overtake attempt. And it caused problems. So Pellemele now finds himself back into back into 3rd position, and at the front it's getting rather heated now. Is that Theo Kakati? That's what I'm thinking here, because now they come out of the final corner. It is Theo Kakati back into the lead of the race. Is he a lap down? That's the thing, because now the timing. I'm just seeing here. So that's Theo Kakati. So there's the 4:16 Luca Neuenhuizen that leads the way. And Kakati. Now, the thing is, the weather. Could that be coming in? Because straight away to me, that would, as we've got dramas a little bit further behind, there's dramas for Spiezia. I think there's water on the circuit. I think that's why Kakati's off. Look, you can see there's saturation on the racing line. There is saturation on the track, and these drivers are on slick tyres. And Pellemele spins it around. Oh my goodness. The weather has come in. We had light rain. It's now starting to intensify, and that is going to give quite a few drivers an opportunity to move up the order. We're on lap number 4 out of 11, and Corina Camper looks to be in the top 6 now. There is one driver that's not going, and that is Theo Kakati. He's out. So at the front, and we've had a red flag called by race control. The sensible choice under the circumstances with 8 laps remaining. The DEKM pre-final has been brought to a red flag stoppage. And as you can see now, the rain has started falling significantly as Darryl Smith from Rotax heads over. So they're basically telling them to... So I think what we will have a delay to the timetable. That's guaranteed. But it looks like, yeah, they're going to put on wet weather tyres. So it's not going to be a full restart. They are now going to get the carts onto the trolleys and rapidly change the tyres. Obviously, with these carts being 140 kilos in weight, that's with the addition of the battery packs, the control units, the bespoke cooling system used on the E20. There's a specific way, as you can see, with the cart at the very, very front, which is, I think that's your lava there, fin. So it's sort of like a cantilever system. You've got to position it correctly in order to allow it to rotate, because these are very different to what you would see, and it's a two-person job to literally to get it onto there. And look at the rain. The brollies are out. It has gotten torrential, and now the race begins, because some of them will have. So what now will happen is that it won't be just the mechanics. Look, even Yalava's got a wheel in his hand. That just shows it's about teamwork. So what he's doing is positioning them so the mechanic can quickly change them around. And sometimes some will work around the cart, some will work axle to axle. So now it's a frantic race to get these tyres on. I think it's very much a different situation to what I experienced at the International Trophy at Portimao at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve, whilst helping to fill time with my good friend Henry Baudet, the voice of the Grand Finals. Basically, we saw some people getting stuck in. We saw some people just sitting there looking important with something in their hand, looking like they're doing something. But here, it is a team effort. It's driver and mechanic. And they will all have to make sure that things are ship-shape in Bristol fashion. Looks like Bernardo Pinheiro is putting a wetsuit on. So these new racing overalls that were supplied to the majority of the drivers for this weekend are a little bit more saturated than they were this morning. Corina Camper, as a guest, running in her own race overalls. So this is now going to change the whole dynamic of the race weekend. Now, if anyone might remember what happened last year, 35 plus degrees at times, we had thunderstorms, we had torrential rain, we had lightning, and it was a race weekend of very, very different situations to what we've had. We had rain on Friday, so the drivers will know how the track becomes, because that track is going to be excessively green. It's going to be greasy. It's not going to be the best for ultimate lap time, let's say, but it is a little bit of an equalizer. This is going to allow some of the drivers here, as Yalava now about to put the wetsuit on, or is considering possibly not using it. Everyone is doing their level best just to get the wet tyres on, as Alexi Yalava decides to open up the brolly. Just make sure that's it. There we go. Pops it back into place. And puts it over himself, and his mechanic is standing in the rain. But, you know, at the end of the day, he's got to look after priorities. Got to make sure that he keeps himself dry in the meantime. So after they've got the tyres changed to wets, they'll then have to cantilever these carts securely back. There we go. Yalava's got his wetsuit now. So as soon as the rain started coming down, it was the right call by race control to red flag the race accordingly. And in consideration of that, that is the best... that's the best thing to do possible, and effectively from that perspective, safety is in mind, and we wouldn't want it where someone would end up having a serious incident as a result of adverse weather conditions hitting the circuit heavily and then causing the deluge of rainfall that we've just had, and then you have all these karts on slicks, the first thing is going to be like driving on an ice road with no studded tyres. That's effectively what it is, driving in the rain on slicks. So for those that have prayed for the rain, done the rain dance in the paddock, they've definitely got their wishes answered here today. So effectively, we will not have a full race restart. We've already done 3 laps. We had done 3 and a bit laps before the red flag was brought out. But these drivers will have the remainder of the pre-final and then the final later on today to close out their race weekend, as they will head to Karting Genk, the home of champions in Belgium, between the 31st of August, 31st of July, and 30th of July and the 1st of August for their penultimate round of the season. And I can just see a bit of rudimentary. Hit it with a hammer or a spanner and just see if you can get it back into place. That's on the front of Elish Spiezi's kart, just behind the front nose. So I'm not too sure if there's been a slight amount of damage sustained, possibly on steering column. Not sure. I'll probably try and find out at some point. So wetsuits going on with some of the drivers. Neuenhuizen has put his on. Pinero has. Yalava's in the process of doing so, but everyone else seems to be happy with what they're doing at the minute. I think they're more concerned about getting these tyres on. And also, there's a minimal amount of things that you can do in the rain. And especially when there's been a red flag stoppage, there's only so much you can do. And one of the things about the karting paddock is that it's very much like a family. Everyone tries to help out if they can. So the Brolly's definitely very much in prominence here at Mülsen. Some deciding to brave the rain altogether. Oh, I see a lesser spotted Jen Wade at the back of the on the right hand side of the screen. So looks like she's decided to enjoy the fun as well. Also, the man with the beard and the high vis with the camera in his hand with the tripod on it, Frankie Spiezia, Ellis's dad, who is actually a filmmaker by trade, having worked with quite a few high-profile clients, but does a lot of media creation. So still a lot of activity going on here in the pit lane. So they're being allowed to change the tyres respectively and get things ready to go racing again. So they're just having some instructions given to them about what is the procedure. Still a hive of activity down here at Motorsport Arena in Mülsen. Local time now approaching 1 in the afternoon, so we do have a bit of a further delay. So it is now a case of what will happen. They'll... I'll call it as I see it right now, because that rain is not getting any better. In other cases, it's getting worse. And these drivers now have a different test altogether. So humidity has dropped to 70%. 13 kilometers an hour is the wind speed, and that has caused this weather to come in the way that it has. And effectively, this rain is here to stay, I think, because the approximate percentage of chances of rain will be up to nearly 100% by this evening at about 6 p.m. local time. So now the carts are being cantilevered off their trolleys and drivers getting sitting into the seats. There are some tweaks being made in order to allow the carts to run in the wet. So now I see that the 416 cart being cantilevered back on. You can see at the back of the cart, they've actually got a couple of... they've got like a bit of a stand at the back behind the rear bumper, which allows them to stand the cart upright. And this is the way in which you bring down a Project E20. That was Oscar Pellemele's cart that was just being dropped down. So it looks like things are going to get back underway. And at the point of the red flag, Theo Kakati was at the front of the... Well, was, according to the timing, at the front of the field, but things went awry for the Emirati. So they've actually opened the side gate out, and what they'll get is they will get an opportunity. Well, they're actually putting them straight on the starting grid. So what's going to happen now is that they will put them in the respective order where they were on the previous lap, I would imagine. So that means that Kakati has got a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, I would imagine, because now... Theo Kakati might get a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pellemele has lined up. So effectively, as of the completion of what would have been lap 3, is how they are going to start the grid. So it will be a restart. We'll go on to lap 4. Alexia Lava should be starting. Now, let's just see what happens here, because Spiezia is due to be in 6th position. And Kakati, well, that is a get-out-of-jail-free card if ever you saw it. The 409 ends up... Now, bearing in mind, no one caused an incident. So this was on safety grounds that this is restarted. So now, going to get things back underway. We'll get going with lap 4 out of 11. So, red lights will go onto the gantry, and it will be a full start again, as in restart. Lights are out, they're off and away, and all of a sudden, oh, now someone bogged down, and that was Alexia Lava. Didn't get off the line, I think, quickly enough, as they're starting to scrabble for position. Well, there is the 418 of Mats Johan Overhoff, one of the local drivers in terms of the country we're in at the moment. He shoots to the lead of the race, and he started in P4. So a good start from him, and he hits the sharp end of the grid. Second place looks to be Neuenhuizen, as we're on to lap 4 out of 11. 7 laps to go in this race, and there are changes for position up and down the order. The wet weather tyres now starting to adhere to the surface of this saturated circuit here in Mülsen, and the spray is absolutely mind-blowing, and it looks to be getting even more over the course of this afternoon's proceedings. So there is your leader at the moment, Mats Johan Overhoff, coming through the final corner, and he now leads the race. We'll find out who will be second very shortly, and it's Neuenhuizen. Kekati rounds out the top 3, but then Neuenhuizen and Kekati. Kekati goes back up into the lead. He gets past 2 drivers in one fell swoop, and that's well done to him. And a really, really great job by the Emirati, but he's got his work cut out, because there are 2 drivers that will know. Oh, there's been a turnaround. Oh, Kekati's 180 degrees the wrong way. Oh, my goodness. And it was a little bit of contact. There's more dramas. More dramas. There is Oscar Pelmele, and that would have been with Mats Johan Overhoff, I believe, in the 418. Absolutely, absolutely game-changing is this weather. We've still got the final after this one. We've got 6 laps to go, including this one. And this is where the drivers really will start earning their keep. And there's a pretty good move there. Elish Spiezia past Alexia Lava, and that is for third on the road. As oh no, there's been a spin. Oh, Van Overhoff has spun it around the penultimate right-hander, and Elish Spiezia, who's won a race this season, is now in second, and he's now got to start chasing Luca Neuenhuizen as Alexia Lava finds himself in P3. Mats Johan Overhoff, Bernardo Pinheiro and Corina Camper ran out the top 6, but it's all going off here at the circuit. Oh my goodness, the wet weather, it's an equaliser, but it's also a game changer. And now Neuenhuizen has a lead of about 3.7 seconds. Spiezia nearly loses out to Yalava for second position, and that was through the turn 4-5 complex. But the thing is, it is about being consistent. It is about making sure that your lap times are pretty good. And what you need to do now is, if you want to start chasing the leader, you've got to throw a little bit of caution to the wind, because now they've got this plus 4 more laps remaining. As Yalava looking towards the inside of Spiezia and gets second position. And Spiezia now rounds out the top 3. And he's ahead of Mats Johan Overhoff, who was in second before he spun it a few laps ago. But there has been dramas for both Corina Camper and Yasmin Stein. Corina Camper drops to the back of the field. Our guest driver, unfortunately, who started a little bit further up the order. She started in 8th position. But now, Mats Johan Overhoff has closed in on Elish Spiezia, all bumping over the curbs just to help give the karts a little bit of traction. But with that, you can lose a little bit of stability. As, oh, that was close there. Jens van der Heijden closing in on Mats Johan Overhoff for that place. And there goes the Dutchman. He's trying to go up the inside into the next right-hander. He's going to get the job done. Overhoff runs wide. And then it's side-by-side between Pelmele and Pinheiro. And Pelmele gets past for 6th position. So Neuenhuizen is extending the lead over Yalava, but Yalava has got himself back into some form of contention here today. Spiezia P3 at the moment and is being closed in on by Jens van der Heijden from the Netherlands. Mats Johan Overhoff, Oscar Pelmele, Bernardo Pinheiro looks to have been passed by Theo Kekati, and Kekati's on the comeback trail. He took a dominant amount of success yesterday, as here comes the move from Jens van der Heijden up the inside of Elias Spiezia. And Spiezia lets him through. I think what one of the good things is oh no, Spiezia loses the back end and the American is round. And this is a repeat for him last year. He's pulling 140 kilos of Project E20 shod with wet weather tyres on his own. I have to say, I keep an eye on it. Several people's social media, his in particular. I think Hudson Athletics have definitely done a good job with that young man right there, training him in the off-season, getting him strong and fit, and his core strength is probably pretty high as well. That's why he's able to drag that kind of car off of the grass with no assistance. No marshals needed right there. No enhancements needed. Luca Neuenhuizen leads the way ahead of Alexia Lava. Jens van der Heijden rounds out the top three, but he's being pressurised by Mats-Johan Overhoff, who has gone up the inside. Oscar Pellemele now closing in as well. Well, Pellemele's got himself up into fourth place, as we now have this plus an additional lap to go. And it is about who wants it the most. And these drivers are getting rather close and personal. And there is the move from Pellemele on Overhoff. But Pellemele loses the back end one way after Overhoff loses it to the right-hand side. And there's Theo Kakati deciding, well, sorry, guys, it might be wet weather fun and frolics over here in Germany. I definitely want to get my share of the action. Well, he's definitely getting that. I'm sure that if he was speaking with David Robinson, who's watching at the moment, saying it was 38 degrees over when he was driving to work this morning at 5 in the morning. It's currently 44 degrees over in the UAE at the minute. But now we're going to go on to the final lap of the pre-final. And what a dramatic one it has been. So Neuenhuizen on the final lap of the race. He's got a 5.4 second lead ahead of Alexia Lava, Jens van der Heijden, Oscar Pellemele, Theo Kakati round out the top five. Mats-Johan Overhoff ahead of Bernardo Pinheiro. And Jasmin Stein rounds out the top eight. And bringing out the rear of the field very shortly, it will be Corinna Camper. Well, it is now Elias Spiezia, as the American has got past the Austrian to take 9th position. But there is Luca Neuenhuizen, who is leading the way and is on the verge of what was a very topsy-turvy race. Red flag stoppage, a switch over to wets, and then drama and turnarounds ensue. I'm sure that there will be decisions made post-race, but it is just a couple of corners away. The rain's still hitting the circuit hard. It is not abating. But out of the final corner, the race leader, now the race victor, Luca Neuenhuizen, rounds out day 2 in the initial first phase, with the pre-final taking the victory by 5.1 seconds ahead of Alexia Lava from Finland. Jens van der Heijden makes it 2 Dutch drivers in the top 3. Oscar Pellemele from France, 4th. The United Arab Emirates' very own Theo Kakati rounds out the top 5. Mats-Johan Overhoff was at one point leading this race after its resumption, but ended up dropping to 6th at the flag. Bernardo Pinheiro, the Portuguese driver in the 413, rounds out the top 7 ahead of the 406 of Germany's Jasmin Stein, with Elias Spiezia from the United States of America and Corinna Camper, our guest driver from Austria, rounding out the 10 that finished the full 11 laps.
Also, machen wir es genau wie das. Mit diesem Tempo vor. Ja? Alles gut?
Noah, diesmal gibt nicht das Tempo vor. Scheiße. Ja, nicht.
Dann, Achtung Jungs, los geht's!
So we get back to racing action rather abruptly. It is the second race of the day here for Micromax. Here's your starting grid. So, Arjen Kreling starts from pole position, having beaten Noah Janssen to the flag by 55 thousandths of a second. Nicolas Casarino, who starts down in 5th, was given a 5-second time penalty for pushing, demoting him from 3rd, which was then inherited by Gabriel Hoffmann, who starts on the inside of row 2, has alongside Leopold Juch. Casarino has Christos Malakos alongside, with Tim Steger rounding out the 7-strong grid. So now, the wet weather conditions have come in. The drivers will have had a lot of acclimatisation on Friday as they now enter final phases of getting things ready to go racing. So Arjen Kreling will have Noah Janssen alongside, but this time they will go onto the official formation lap. Spray is absolutely biblical here in Mülsen. Very much a reminder of what we had at the opening round of the very shortened Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, which ended up having a few rounds, if memory serves me correctly. I do remember going to this very circuit. We had Wackersdorf, and we also did have Wittgenborn as well. It was 3 race weekends. We had 5 races a weekend, and it was a very, very busy schedule. But with the change in format, it has given the drivers a bit more time to relax between respective sessions, but also gives them more of an opportunity to enjoy being friends in the paddock. That's one of the things about the Rotax family. It is a family. And people do get on very, very well off track. Things do get hot and heated, but that is racing. So now we wait for Tim Steger, who is closing up on the rear of the drivers in front. And we are in the final phase of our formation lap. 9 minutes. It is Arjen Kreling who takes centre stage as our pole sitter after the first race earlier on today. Noah Janssen alongside the man that bested everybody yesterday in the heats phase. Red lights on the starting gantry. Are we ready? We go racing. And it is a good start from Arjen Kreling. Also, not just him, but also Gabriel Hoffmann and Nicolas Casarino. And before we've even hit the exit of turn number 2, Noah Janssen finds himself down in 4th position, having started in 2nd. He looks to the left, right, then looks to the left of Casarino. Up through turn 4 he goes, tries to get up the inside of the number 12, but can't get through for 3rd position. However, looks like Tim Steger's got past Christos Malakos in the back order of things, but it is at the moment an ease racing 1-2. Gabriel Hoffmann now behind Arjen Kreling, with Nicolas Casarino and Noah Janssen not too far behind, but looking a bit deeper on the inside there through that chicane. Gabriel Hoffmann tried to go up the inside of Arjen Kreling, but he left himself open to attack from Nicolas Casarino, who in turn nearly got bandside up the inside, courtesy of Noah Janssen. But into the final corner, we're about to complete the first lap of racing here in the second and final race of the day and the final race of the weekend for the Micromax drivers. It's Arjen Kreling that leads. Gabriel Hoffmann in 2nd. Noah Janssen going up the inside of Nicolas Casarino and goes wide, and Casarino gets the switchback to now retake that 3rd place. Janssen was brave and brazen, but outbraked himself as a result of it. And there is a time penalty, a 3-second time penalty going to Tim Steger for 3 wheels out of the corridor, as now Gabriel Hoffmann looking for the lead. He's got alongside Arjen Kreling going into the chicane. Now, where on earth? What has happened? Nicolas Casarino went straight on and he's in the gravel. Casarino's lost it. Oh, Gabriel Hoffmann's lost it. Oh my goodness, as if you thought that the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft would not provide drama. Double waved yellows on the approach to where Casarino is at the minute. So now Arjen Kreling has got Noah Janssen closing in on him, and Noah Janssen has got an opportunity of a victory here on finals day. So into the right-hander comes Arjen Kreling, about to complete lap number 2. Just over 6.5 minutes remaining in this race, and he's got nearly a 7/10 of a second advantage over Noah Janssen, who is definitely motivated to try and get a victory in this race. He's got 20 points after the race earlier on, and also after the heats classification, where he was pretty much nigh on at the top of the timesheets. So a good haul of points. He'll want to close it off with a win, though. That much is guaranteed. Again, double waved yellows, as now that is Casarino. His race weekend is over and done with. Unfortunately, Casarino is out of the kart and walks away with the biggest aura of disappointment around him. So a real shame for Casarino. There is Kreling, and at the moment, Gabriel Hoffmann is still in 3rd place. He kept a hold of 3rd position. He didn't keep a hold of what would have been the lead, and he kept it. But you can see the amount of understeer that they're having to cope with. And there is Hoffmann. So he started picking up the pace. Arjen Kreling is the fastest driver out there, but no longer is that the case, because Gabriel Hoffmann has closed the gap between himself and Noah Janssen to just over 2 seconds. There's 5 minutes of this race remaining. Still plenty of racing, I think, will be coming along, and Casarino is out of the kart. As I said earlier, a real shame. We're down to 6 runners and riders. So Kreling and Janssen last time around were just over 7.5 tenths of a second apart at the finish line. But 4.5 minutes to go, and Arjen Kreling is keeping ahead of Noah Janssen. Hoffmann is the fastest driver out on the circuit, and Janssen senses that there is a little chance here, as that was a very long look over the right shoulder from Arjen Kreling to see where Noah Janssen is. And sometimes you'll get drivers on, when it's wet weather conditions, they'll go a little bit wider coming out of the corner in order to carry the momentum through, and that very much is true going through onto the start-finish straight. As Noah Janssen now takes the fastest lap time in this race, and that is a 1 minute 13.228, and that was, well, 0.27 of a second quicker, and now he's closing in on Kreling for the lead. Into the right-hander they go. Janssen gets the move done and takes the lead off of Arjen Kreling, who up until that point on lap number 5 is a little bit of oversteer for Kreling as he came through that right-hander. Just then he put the power down and the back end started to spool up the rear tyres, and all of a sudden it drifted to the left, and he managed to catch it. So a good correction there from Arjen Kreling, who finds himself behind Noah Janssen. Janssen frantically jumping up and down in the seat to try and get some momentum going forward, but you can see that Kreling is closing in on him. Whilst this has all been happening, that gap between Kreling and Hoffmann has now closed, and that gap now is 1.1 seconds. Gabriel Hoffmann is absolutely flying, and there goes Noah Janssen once again on the leader. So he's kept the lead. Kreling's trying to go with him. Hoffmann took the best part of 1.4 seconds, even more than that, as of Arjen Kreling, and he put in a 1 minute 13.007. You can sense that this race is going to go down to the wire. Now Kreling looking to the right-hand side of Noah Janssen, down the straightaway going through into the main infield part here at Mülsen. And there is Gabriel Hoffmann. He's been reeling them in, hook, line and sinker. So this is where things get interesting, and mainly because of the fact that Gabriel Hofmann has been putting in the times. He has been showcasing his speed, and it hasn't reflected in the results this weekend. Nevertheless, Gabriel Hofmann definitely wanting a race victory to see out the weekend. But now we go into a minute and 35 still to go. We'll have this plus a couple more laps as all. There was a little bit of a moment between the two knees racing drivers, and there's a bit of a hands up. Sorry about that from Gabriel Hofmann on Arjen Kreling. Sometimes that can happen. You try and outbrake yourself in the wet, you've got to compensate for that distance even more. You get it completely wrong, and especially one of the biggest rules in racing, never take out your teammate. And Hofmann just gets a real good run on Arjen Kreling into the next right-hander. I think he's, well, he could have gone for second position. Now there's a minute left on the clock plus an additional lap. This is going to be tight. We'll have 2 more laps after this one, so we're on lap number 7 out of 9. And Noah Janssen has pulled away into the distance. The wind could be slipping away for the 2 behind, but it just depends on how quickly they catch up to the number 31, who will lead them onto the penultimate lap. Lap 8 out of 9. It's Noah Janssen that now leads. Once again, Kreling being pressurised by Hofmann. There were 0.167 of a second between each other as, oh, Hofmann went for it again and just had a massive sideways moment. And that has cost him the opportunity of going for second position. But Arjen Kreling is looking feisty, looking for an opportunity, and could get past Noah Janssen if things do change in the next few moments or so. But the timer has hit 0. After this one, we'll be on the 9th and final lap of this race. Noah Janssen has done what he's needed to do. Stayed ahead, controlled proceedings, tried not to put a foot wrong as he powers up towards the penultimate right-hander, not just of this race, but also of the weekend. That's the penultimate time those drivers will go through that corner, but the final lap board is out. Noah Janssen has the sign he needs. He gets his head down and looks to just punch the throttle hard to the floor in that number 31. But Arjen Kreling is just over 0.4 of a second behind across the line. Looks to be about 2.5 tenths or so. They head into the next left-hander. Kreling goes towards the outside to get a bit more purchase going through that left-hander and into the left-right chicane. Hofmann is closing, but it's not going to be enough for the number 95. Arjen Kreling will do everything in his power to see if there's a chance to get past Noah Janssen, but it's not going to happen as Janssen enters into the final chicane on this circuit. It's lap 9 out of 9, and Janssen will wait until he's crossed the line and taken the checkered to celebrate like we have seen all the way through yesterday. So one more corner. Kreling is closing. He's looking towards the inside. Could there be an upset? There looks to be the case. Arjen Kreling gets past Noah Janssen. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to take this one? It's going to be by a whisker. It is Noah Janssen. The winning margin, 13 thousandths of a second. It was a fast and furious run to the line. Arjen Kreling takes second. Oh my goodness me. Fist bumps around between Janssen, Gabriel Hofmann, who rounds up the top 3, and our runner-up. And there's the celebration once again. Both hands off the steering wheel from Noah Janssen. He wins by the closest margin. 13 one-thousandths of a second ahead of Arjen Kreling. Gabriel Hofmann, Leopold Jourk rounds out the top 4 ahead of Tim Steger, who will be demoted down to 6th after his 3-second penalty for a start a rolling start infringement, which will drop him to 6 with Niklas Casarino. Unfortunately, his race ending abruptly on lap number 2.
Aber Jungs, Nerven behalten. Alle. Viel Glück alle. Fahrt vorsichtig. Aber gewinnen.
Gib mir Mühe.
Ja, es kann nur einer Germany's Next Topmodel werden. Mika! Was ist das? Was meint ihr? Ich schaue mal, bitte einschlafen soll.
Mika, denk an alle Curbs, gell?
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Ich hau mein Damit mit einem Hammer. Mika! Let's go! Let's go! I'm the baby. Max, mögt ihr der Baby? Dann wird das. Let's go.
So, war so wie vorher nochmal. War gut. Schön langsam Start.
Wird langsamer als vorhin, würde ich sagen.
How much time do we still have there? Because I want to change the truck and then you know.
We have now normally 45. Yeah. I think we go in directly. Then I think we can close the gate. So it's just 5 minutes maximum.
So I can, yeah. I need to know 5 and.
No, we go directly because officially we have no delay of the timetable, Max. Okay, and your closing time would be 40. We're just 5 minutes behind now, so.
Dürft der Kettenblock weg?
Bist du ein bisschen aufgeregt? Du? Ja. Das ist immer das Adrenalin. Auch wenn man weiß, dass nichts passiert. Im Rennen ist dann eh nichts, aber am Start immer. Ja, habe ich bei Rotax auch geschafft. Ich glaube, da ist ein bisschen Axtlinie da unten. Kennst du das? Ja. Stay safe. And Z? Not that, sondern Z. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Da ist das auch wirklich drin.
Martin, ich würde dich schicken.
Ja, verstanden. Mikro 452.
So let's have a look at the grid for Minimax Race 2 here on Sunday. It's been a pretty good day in the office so far for Mika Trapp in the 118, having a great battle with Alexander Klugel, who joins him on the front row. Simon Meyer in the 145 will have Matthias Schulte in the 150 alongside the company. Kenyon Washington completes the top 5 in the 114 as, we've had a spinner, and that, as I say that is Kenyon Washington. I think that has just had a massive moment going through into turn 4. He was due to be joined on the grid by David Girouche in the 121. Hopefully Washington can get that cart back up onto the circuit. And it was just a complete aquaplane moment. I'm just having a look a little bit further back. And it was just going into the approach. And yeah, the back end just swapped around as he touched the brakes. Nein Bretag, Devin Leon Ukar and Ramona Hummel that is your starting order. Now they go on to the formation lap. So hopefully Washington has got that cart back out onto the circuit. And it is very, very difficult out there. The conditions not easy. I'm wondering if Washington has got him going. I'm not too sure if he has. We'll wait and see. I think that is the case. So now it's down to Alexander Klugel in second and Mika Trapp. That is the front row of this grid. They will be the ones controlling the pace. And a slippery surface flag has just been shown to the drivers. So the Marshall crew, the Stoken crew, KCT, as always, very, very good at what they do. Led by by a very good friend in the form of Camilo Hossinger. So now they're starting to line up in position. And Washington has got himself alongside Girouche, which is a good sign. I think we're just waiting for Ramona Hummel to catch up to the rest of the field. Because there are 8 drivers there. So, Trapp on pole. Klugel to the immediate left on the grid alongside on the front row. There comes Ramona Hummel. We split. The revs rise. Are we ready? The lights are out. They are off and racing, and it's a good start by Simon Meyer that's got past Alexander Klugel as Klugel gets around the outside of Simon Meyer. Washington trying to get past Schulte, but Girouche has already made his way up into 4th and is challenging for 3rd before we've even hit the inner apex of turn 4. Schulte trying to go up the inside. Washington's gone through. He's gone through past Schulte. He's gone past Girouche. He's gone past Meyer. Kenyon Washington with an inspired move up the inside of turn 4. And he's made up 3 places at the drop of a hat. Well done to that young man. Shades of what we saw, and you can see, there's problems there, and that is Nein Bretag. And there, of all people, that's Simon Meyer. Oh my goodness me, this race has definitely been shaken around. Someone's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons and locked them all in a small room to squabble amongst themselves. But this has changed the dynamic of the race. The wet weather has become a bit of an equaliser. And Kenyon Washington has taken full advantage of it. Mika Trapp is leading after the first lap. We've got 7 minutes and 50 plus an additional tour still to go as Kenyon Washington looks up the inside of Alexander Klugel. But on this occasion, the 180 stays in second as they come through turn 2. Girouche rounds out the top 4. Schulte in 5th. Devin Leon Ukar in 6th ahead of Nein Bretag. Simon Meyer all the way down in 8th position ahead of Ramona Hummel. So a real shame for the 145. We saw the incident a little bit earlier on, and that did not help things. But that is part and parcel of what happens when you have adverse weather conditions. And there is a move by Kenyon Washington. He has got past Alexander Klugel for 2nd position. Washington has started to come alive, and here comes David Girouche. So the move from Washington, he bumped over the curbs, then all of a sudden through turn 5, he got the job done. He went sideways, getting past Alexander Klugel in the process. So a real good bit of work there. He just literally scrabbled for traction. I think he did a bit of a Vaughan Gitton Jr. there, did Kenyon Washington, out of the final corner. And it's still a lead for Mika Tap, but this time it's an ease racing 1-2, courtesy of Kenyon Washington behind Mika Tap. Gap between them 1.735 seconds. David Girouche now gets past Alexander Klugel, who is not on the pace. Klugel last time had a 1 minute 12.197 lap time. Mika Tap is in the 109s, the high 109s, and here comes Matthias Schulte, the challenge 180, and Kenyon Washington might want to watch his front bumper if he goes over the curves through that chicane like that again, because that is quite a rather hard hit, and even the slightest amount of impact on the front bumper. No, Washington's lost it. Washington has lost second position. The back end spun around, and sometimes hitting these curbs, even with wet weather tyres, they are slick, they are greasy, they can cause stability problems. When you take an inch, the spin will send you away by a mile, and that was nearly what happened for Kenyon Washington right there, but he's managed to recover, and he's behind Matthias Schulte. So just under 3.5 minutes completed, 5.5 to go. And Mika Tap leads. David Girouche now in second. Alexander Klugel rounds out the top 3. Matthias Schulte and Kenyon Washington are just behind. Devin Leon Ukar rounds out the top 6. Naim Bretag in 7th. Simon Meyer in 8th, and Homono Homol still circulating. Homol has done a really good job in both race weekends. This 104 has made it to the finish. Oh, that was a bit of a moment there for Alexander Klugel, and Kenyon Washington took full advantage because Schulte ran a little bit wide going through the chicane. Alexander Klugel was doing a Valtteri Bottas cutting the grass, and Schulte tries to go up the inside of the 180, and this time he does as a bit more curb taken by Schulte, who spins it! Oh my goodness, a 360 from Matthias Schulte, but he gathers it back up. Oh my. I thought there wasn't going to be more dramas than what we had in the DEKM, and then the Micromax, then Minimax comes along. I'm really wondering what's going to happen in the next few hours' time when we have juniors, seniors, DD2, DD2 Masters, and the final race of the weekend, which will be in the hands of the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft. 4 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. Oh my goodness. If you wanted drama, action and spins, you've got it right here in Mülsen. So just over 5 minutes completed, just under 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. As again, I mean, he's like a rabbit hopping over these curbs as Kenyon Washington, because what's even more astounding, he's picked up the pace. He's less than a tenth off the pace of the leader, who's in the same racing stable as him. Mika Tap has got a 3.4 second lead over David Girouche as of the last lap, but in the fastest lap of 1 minute 9.254. Then along comes bunny hopping Kenyon Washington with a 1 minute 9.333. Girouche already in the 109s himself. So a very good show by these three drivers to really pick up the pace. So the track seems to be evolving. Those wet weather mojo tyres starting to do what they're intended to do. The blocks are meant to move the water aside, but drivers are using conventional and unconventional racing lines in order to get the lap time out of the karts. As a result of the spin earlier on, Matthias Schulte has ended up as, again, that bunny hopping technique seems to be working for Kenyon Washington. But it can also unsettle the back end of the car. He keeps on whacking the curbs like that, and he's found to be exceeding track limits. It's going to be crucial, but now he's got a real good run on David Girouche, and again, the curbs seem to be helping to anchor these karts a little bit further. Mika Tap, without a care in the world, is 3.3 seconds up the road, as we've got just over 2 minutes remaining. So Mika Tap leads. Ramona Hormel will be moving out of the way very, very shortly indeed. She sees David Jarush and Kenyon Washington storm past. And Washington has put in a 1 minute 8.8. That curb technique is working. He has literally he's knocked 7 shades out of the gap between himself and David Jarush, but also the pair between them, they're closing in on the leader. Mika Trapp running in the 1 minute 10.4s, but Kenyon Washington doing everything he can to close on in to David Jarush and pass the 121. It's going to be a tall order to pass Mika Trapp to take the victory, but never say never. Washington takes a wide line coming out of that right-hand hairpin into the chicane once again and closes in on David Jarush. The next time around, after this lap, we'll get one more on the board. So we're on lap 7. Lap 8 about to be started. Mika Trapp not looking that far behind and not worrying about it, just carrying on with the job at hand. 50 seconds to go, and we're on to the 8th and penultimate lap of this race, and also their penultimate lap of the weekend, as Kenyon Washington round the outside of David Jarush gets a real good turn of pace, and he's right in the slipstream. Now they head into the left-hander here at 4. Washington looks to the inside. Jarush, spins the back end, and he goes round. He knows he's dropped a bit of a moment there, and he gets the engine re-fired up. Now that was exactly what Kenyon Washington wanted. He wanted some sort of drama. Well, he wanted to get past, but he didn't expect that David Jarush would spin right in front of him and open the door for Alexander Klugel. The hits, they keep on coming here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany. But the timer has expired, and there is Mika Trapp, who had some battling with Alexander Klugel earlier on in the race, but he's managed to make it his own, and he now comes out of the final corner, starts what will be the last lap, and Kenyon Washington has a little self-celebration. He goes, yes, I've got second. Now all he has to do is not put a foot wrong, is Kenyon Washington, and I'm going to do this. Touch wood. Alexander Klugel rounds out the top 3. David Jarush in 4th. So, Mika Trapp 2.7 seconds ahead of Kenyon Washington, just making sure he gets to the finish. As Washington again employing that bunny hopping curb technique. I'm sure his mum and dad will like that kind of expression. But there is Trapp. He's made sure that this race weekend would be his. And he's very much put himself as one of the drivers that are gunning for this championship. 2 corners remain. Make that one more. But he looks around his right shoulder. He knows Mika Trapp out of the final corner. The 118 from Knees Racing. He now takes the checkered and he celebrates a double victory here on finals day as we wait. And there has been drama because Kenyon Washington thought he had second. It goes to Alexander Klugel as Washington, I think, made a bit of a faux pas on the final lap. His last lap was a 1 minute 11.2. Well, no, it wasn't Washington. Now, where is Washington? He's dropped out of the top 3. Jarush takes 3rd at the flag, so Kenyon Washington. Oh, my goodness. Washington's weekend is about to hit a big halcyon high. It's hit the lowest of lows because that kart has not gotten past the checkered, and there it is. And that's on the chicane. I'm wondering whether that curb hopping, there is a term, mechanical sympathy, and there's only so much abuse components can take. So realistically, that has put a real downer. Kenyon Washington must have had a massive moment and probably beached it in the gravel. But Mika Trapp wins it. Alexander Klugel takes second ahead of David Jarush, Devin Leon Ukar, Naim Bretag, Simon Meyer, Matthias Schulte, Kenyon Washington out on the penultimate lap, but ends up ahead of Ramona Hummel, who's taken the checkered.
Zeg dan maar niet, wat dan deed, dat ik niet herinneren. Iets wat ik eigenlijk kan hij wel. Wel schoon doen over echt mooi over. Ik wou eigenlijk in zijn ogen kijken. Dick, he's watching you, baby. Ja, van 15 naar vertrekken we, weet je? Maar nee, tot. Maar nee, weer vanaf dat we kunnen gaan, dus zo. Dat weet gewoon niet goed. Alex, stop hem op, ik altijd vast. Dat vriend, want anders moet je niet echt uit. Dat is een man. Pak je een trekker en mocht dat je weg zijn, maat, ik weet het niet. Zie je goed aan die boot alleen in die afkomt. Raakt me naar de grond. Die andere, dat zat al. Als je nu ziet, voorbij komt, dat was gewoon. Als we nog even wachten, dan kunnen we de banden van. Sobald wir jetzt raus sind, geht's hier rein. Ja, was fährst du gleich heute? Du schaffst in 2-3 Minuten. Schafft man nicht. Maar is dat al een eindbouw?
Die Testing für die Freibahn. Mini 15:11 Uhr.
Ja, je
heeft er niet eerlijk een 12.
Marcel, die letzten.
Das haben wir hier jetzt Senioren. Ich habe hier Seniorenwertungslauf 1. Da müssen wir vielleicht nochmal einen neuen Zeitplan, neue Aufstellung bitte.
Now we return to action for Ginny Rotax, and here's the grid. Farin Mega on pole position alongside would-be Rafael Renhofer. Then it is Mikkel Pedersen and Kasper Schormans Nikita Genzer and Nevio Fischer, row 3. Vic Stevens and Thomas Strauber, row 4. Rafael Balza and Moritz Wolber, row 5, completing the top 10. Completing the top 20 is Janis Diak, Max Knappen, Louis Reichel, Austin Lee, Montego Masson, Richard Thomas, Louis Detling, Ole Glan, Leandro Fischer and Rafael Gwiczak. Completing the top 30 is Thijs Dams, Jonny Mertz, Tom Müller, Fredrik Zebis, Magnus Pedersen, Jonas Ungnade, Maximilian Schreier, David Schnell, Leon Vacua and Luigi Gazzo. Running out the 34 strong is Mads Larsen, Tom Herger, Hugo Güttel and Gregor Feigenspan. So we go on to the formation lap, and a few drivers managed to secure themselves some penalties post-race. 4 front-fairing penalties. But when you send 34 Geely Rotax drivers into battle, expect the unexpected. Today, of all days, with the way that the weather has been, it's going to help some of those drivers that haven't had the best run of luck. But you see, well, obviously with the 3 races we've had so far, the 2 heats yesterday and the pre-final of the first race earlier on today, we saw that things can get rather up close. And when it gives you that inclination of when drivers end up unintentionally wanting to have an incident, we saw that in both races yesterday. We saw that in the race earlier on. Let's see what happens in their final race of the weekend. Farin Mega came into this round as the championship leader, and effectively he is holding on to that lead. But Rafael Renhofer up to full fitness now after his accident at the Euro Trophy second round at Adria back in late May. He's back to full fitness and he's revved up and raring to go. So keep your eyes on him this afternoon. So, Mega versus Renhofer on the front row. Will it be a clean start? That is the €64,000 question round about now. They come out of the final corner. They split. They head into the tram lines. The revs start to increase. Are we ready? We've got a good start and we are lights out and they are off and away as Mikkel Pedersen makes his way up into P2. And, Farin Mega keeps the lead. He went round the outside of Rafael Renhofer as it's 3 abreast. At points on the circuit a little bit further back, Vic Stevens and Thomas Strauben were looking to battle away in the top 10. Stiak's already dropped out of the top 11 as there is Nikita Genzer. He's got up into second position as the 2-2-6. Renhofer around! Renhofer around. There is carnage. And on that note, on the chicane and beached Richard Thomas. Oh my goodness me, that has caused absolute carnage. I saw one of the drivers actually going across the chicane. Richard Thomas was beached. So literally, Rafael Renhofer was battling away with one of the RS competition carts. I think that was, let me just have a look back, that was Mikkel Pedersen. And Renhofer just touched the curb with the right rear and has span him around 360. Well, spun him around 180, and he got away with that. Richard Thomas also got away with that, and that has changed everything. Richard Thomas also dropping down. Well, Richard Thomas has dropped down the order. Ole Glan amongst that. Hugo Gützel, Rafael Gwiczak. I mean, like, the names have got, and this has changed everything. So Nikita Genzer in second. He's going to start chasing down Farin Mega for the lead of the race and what could potentially be the race victory. Renhofer has got a huge mountain to climb as now there are positional changes up and down the order. It is a scrabble for traction on the surface. It's slick, it's greasy, it will consistently evolve over the next 9 minutes, with the first 2 minutes being, I think, one of the most dramatic of the season so far. I said that the weather was an equaliser. Case in point, Austin Lee started 14th, 11th. Taze Dams started 21st, up to 13th position and climbing. Nikita Genza is closing in on Farin Mega and took over 3.5 tenths of a second out of the current points leader on the second lap alone, and put in the fastest lap of anybody, a 1 minute 5.123. And quite a few other drivers trying to do what they can. Luigi Gazzo drops to 34th, having started in 30th position. There are waved yellows out on the track, and that looks to be coming from, I believe, turns 2 and 3. Because now there is one of the Dams racing carts, looks to be Vic Stevens, who completes the top 4. Mikkel Pedersen in 5th. Rafael Balzer rounds out the top 6. Austin Lee moves into the top 10, and he's got past Janis Diak, the next driver on his list, the 223, based out of Weisendorf. Is closing in on Max Knappen in the 248. Who rounds out the top 9. Now Luigi Gazzo is out of the race, and it looks like there are a couple of the medical team heading down the pit lane, going towards Parc Fermé at the moment as we speak. Not too sure what that is regarding, but it could be maybe to do with Luigi Gazzo. And hopefully Luigi's all right. 7 minutes, 10 seconds, plus an additional lap. Times are changing. Austin Lee up into 9th. Thomas Strauber past Kasper Schurmans for 7th. Magnus Pedersen up to 16th position. Lewis Reichel rounding out the top 11. There is Farin Mega. He is now extending his lead over Nikita Genza. Well, he was trying to extend it. He got it up to 1.1 seconds on the previous lap, but Nikita Genza has been on fire at the moment and has set the fastest lap. Genza, I think, is within half a second. They come across the line, 0.36. And Genza's just put it a 1 minute 4.4. Nevio Fischer coming along for the roller coaster ride, a 1 minute 4.662. Lewis Reichel, now the next person to get past Max Knappen for what is 10th on the road. Luigi Gazzo out of the race, it has been confirmed. So 33 drivers still circulating in this race. Nikita Genza looking to get on level terms with Farin Mega, and that is getting closer and closer by the second. So Farin Mega will have to just keep an eye on how close Nikita Genza actually gets. So that gap now is closing, and it's closing rapidly. Less than a kart length and a half separates the top 2 as they come across the line. Gap was 0.36, now 0.081. Nikita Genza puts in a 1 minute 4.645. Farin Mega having to run wide, but this is going to give an opportunity to Genza, who's in the slipstream, heading up towards the left-hander at turn 4. And Genza looks for the move. The door starts to open. Mega runs wide. Genza up the inside, now takes the lead on what is lap number 6. Nevio Fischer rounds out the top 3. Tom Müller drops to 23rd position. Magnus Pedersen up to 14th past Taze Dams. Maximilian Schreier rounds out the top 18. Rafael Venhofer's run up the field. He's siding his way through it at the moment and giving no quarter to anyone that might want to try and put the dampeners on his race. After what we saw earlier, Rafael Venhofer now up into P21 and closing on the back bumper of the 258, Jonas Ungnada, who is in 20th position. Now that Nikita Genza has got some daylight between himself and Farin Mega, the 276 now finds himself coming under pressure from Nevio Fischer. Vic Stevens rounds out the top 4. Fischer looking for an opportunity to get past Mikkel Pedersen. Rounds out the top 5. Rafael Balzer, Thomas Strauber rounds out the top 7. Then it's Kasper Schurmans and Austin Lee. Austin Lee is trying to close in on Kasper Schurmans, and he's doing so by clawing out nearly 4 tenths of a second on that previous lap alone. Maybe give it another 2 or 3 laps, and Austin Lee could be passing Kasper Schurmans in the wet weather here at Mülsen for 8th on the road. As we've got yellow flags out again. That's on the approach down towards turn number 4, so someone could be dropping from the on the timing sheets. And that could be, I've got a feeling that, well, I was wondering who that was. Well, Tom Reger is in 33rd position, having started in, as there's been a moment, that is the 2:03 I've just seen, and that is Rafael Gwiczak, as Fine Mega and Nevio Fischer go toe-to-toe, nearly side pod to side pod, coming through the final corner. So dramas there for Rafael Gwiczak, who ran it at the top 20, yellow flags and double waved yellows. So now that means, and there's been an incident at the far part of the circuit as well. So carts are starting to fall by the wayside. Yellow flags around the circuit. I'm waiting to see if a full course yellow gets employed. Not quite yet, because not all marshal posts have done so. Mikkel Pedersen gets past Vic Stevens and gets the job done. And the thing is that if that is an overtake carried out under yellow flag conditions, he might be penalised for it, but yellow flags were not waving at the marshal post that they got past after turn 4. I'll keep an eye on that one. Obviously that is down to race control, because that cart of Rafael Gwiczak was out, and it's Janis Diak that's had a drama. Nevio Fischer trying to wrestle his way past Fine Mega, and they get ever so close to the wall, nearly a repeat of what happened with Luca Kirster last year, who took a victory while slamming into the sidewall. And there's been now I've just seen one of the as there's more dramas still here at Mülsen, as there are yellow flags. That's double waved yellows, that looks to be, and that means no overtaking. And prepared to slow down. So Janis Diak and Rafael Gwiczak, the latest casualties out of the 34. So Luigi Gazzo out on lap 2, Gwiczak and Stiak out on lap number 7. On lap number 8 at the moment, and Nikita Genza has pulled away and has consistently been running in the 1 minute 4s, the mid to high 1 minute 4s, the 1 minute 4.6. In the previous tour, Fine Mega staying ahead of Nevio Fischer. The way things are going, Rafael Renhoff got himself into the points. That's a great resurgence. He's back up into 15th position. It's over 60 seconds to go on the clock. And there's Rafael Balzer being chased back again by Mikkel Pedersen, who's looking up the inside to go through for the place. That's for 5th on the road. Rafael Balzer, who's top rookie last year in this class, now has to fight like everyone else does. And he's showing good prowess on the Sodi kart, running with the Buda Racing team, same stable as Nikita Genza. So Balzer will be able to call on a lot of experience. So very soon the clock will strike 0. Nevio Fischer gets up the inside finally after lap of trying. He gets past, and Maximilian Schreier is actually in front of the current leader. Needs to get out of the way rather quickly. That's not a battle for position, and Nikita Genza dispenses with Maximilian Schreier rather quickly. The way that Nikita Genza was closing on Maximilian Schreier was quite hefty, considering the fact that Schreier did a 1 minute 44 on that last lap. So number 266 having a bit of a difficult end to the weekend, but we are now on the 11th and penultimate lap of this race. Lap 12 will soon be upon us, and it will bring out the last lap board for juniors this weekend here at Arena E in Mülsen, die Katharina Deutschlands. But Nikita Genza wanted to fire a warning shot, and now he's got the opportunity to do so. He's going to pass Tom Reger as the last lap board comes out. Reger keeps out of the way. Good call by the number 288. Maximilian Schreier has pulled the car in. It looks like no, he hasn't. Quick change from the dreaded blue disc on the timing. And Nikita Genza didn't lose much time behind Maximilian Schreier. Mikkel Pedersen back in front of Rafael Balza in the dying moments of this race. We're on the 12th and final lap. Nikita Genza wanted to get into this title fight. This wet weather has been an opportunity waiting in the wings, as the 226 from Beulah Kart Racing Team is just now 2 corners away. 12 laps of racing here in the second junior Rotax race on finals day, as the right rear wheel lifts into the air going through the penultimate right-hander, and out of the final corner the checkered flag waves, and it waves for Nikita Genza, who fist pumps to himself saying, yes, I've got it. Nevio Fischer rounds out the top 2 ahead of Farin Mega, with Fischer taking lap after lap to try and get past, and he did it with a couple to go. Mega, I think, still leads the championship standings after this race weekend, and will go into the penultimate round at Kart Club Kerpen Mannheim in 42 days to try and solidify a championship lead going into the season finale at Wittgenborn between the 2nd and the 3rd of October. Mikkel Pedersen, 4th ahead of Vic Stevens, Thomas Strauber, Rafael Balza, Kasper Schumann's a great showing from Austin Lee from 14th on the grid to finish 9th ahead of Magnus Pedersen. Max Knappen in 11th ahead of Louis Reichel. Tay Stams from 21st to 13th at the flag. The recovery drive from Rafael Renhofer showcased what we did miss at the front of the field. He ended up 14th, having started on 2nd position alongside Farin Mega. Montego Massin 15th ahead of Leandro Fischer, Jonas Ungnada, Moritz Wolber, Louis Stettling, with Tom Müller rounding out the top 20. Leon Vakula, Frederick Zebis, David Schnell, Gregor Feigenspann, Olli Glan, Richard Thomas, Mads Larsen, Hugo Guttel, Jonny Mertz, Tom Reger, Maximilian Schreier all finished the race, with Janis Dieck out on lap 6 along with Rafael Gwijak and Luigi Gazzo out on lap number 2.
Maybe it's safer for you to lift up a little bit.
Wenn ihr noch schrauben wollt, 5 Minuten.
Get it now in the junior race also. Let's say we progress.
Sobald ich jetzt hier komme und die reinhole, ist es vorbei.
If one is at the inside, it's faster. Lift it off, go behind, it's safer. Okay? Good race.
Used for a racing driver to slow down, no?
It's really just one light.
But it happened to me before.
Yeah.
You saw?
Yeah.
But it was not my fault.
Yeah, but it's exactly the thing that happened before to the guy. Who's at the outside. You know this in secret? Right, da geht das einfach.
Ja, mal gucken.
Dort muss jetzt ausprobiert. I think the Germans have a different weather forecast. Where to slow down early now.
Yeah, it's a big group.
Yeah, big group, and especially with the flicks, I think
Yeah.
some will.
But it's okay, it's only 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah, yeah.
That will fall back anyway. If it's like half the grid, then...
Yeah, but I think it takes just maximum 5 laps.
Yeah? You think?
To start finish already try.
It's not starting.
Yes.
This? guy is
Started
slow,
training
huh?
in two rounds.
Ja, but das ist
I think he's making his driving lessons, practicing. That's why it's taking us 2 hours to go around.
I hope he goes slower. I hope he goes faster. You can take 2, 3? No.
Hast du denen gesagt, noch 5 Minuten schrauben?
What an idiot. Oh man. What an idiot. Just go around. What an idiot. What a...
Warte mal noch 2 Runden, dann regnet es wieder. Aber ich dachte, blöd. Also ich kann euch sagen, sie hatten welche Pech haben und meinte, wir hatten Glück haben. Die Frage ist nur wer.
Yeah, fine. But anyways, why the fuck he does it like that?
So just a handful of races still to go. This and 3 others. Let's have a look at the senior Rotax grid for race 2. Luca Lystra will lead from pole position ahead of Darius Nitu. Luca Thiel in 3rd ahead of Luca Kosta. Zino Kovac and Linus Henson ran out the top 3 rows ahead of Zombor Kovac, Lucas Thompson, Lucas Hadman and Nick Cuppens, who rounds out the top 10. Giuseppe Fico, Marek Wirtz, Max Bush, Bastian Balaj, Andrei Petropoulos, Lucas Vavajanak, Adrian Dobric, Kian Agassade, Denny Bount and Maurice Schmeis rounded out the top 20 ahead of Luisa Keller, Philip Keskik, Milan Ritter, Jan Heinen, Bennett Ahrens, Finn Stiak and Lasse Reinhardt. The latter two actually didn't finish the race earlier on today, but quite a few drivers suffered from front-fairing penalties, which included Zombor Kovac, included Max Busch. The 362 was also in there, and that was Kian Agassade. The 335 also got a time penalty. That was Adrian Dobric. Luisa Keller also got a penalty, and also the 310 of Moritz Schmeis. The 333 of Linus Hensen actually got a 5-second time penalty post-race for pushing. The 312 of, let's just have a look here, 312 of Lucas Thompson also got a 5-second pushing penalty. And the 310, Moritz Schmeis got a 5-second time penalty. So, in addition, a total of 10 seconds added to Moritz Schmeis' time at the end of that race. But we have one more 14-minute plus an additional lap encounter to go this weekend. And at the minute, Luca Lystra will be the one that will be thinking, well, hang on a second. I didn't expect that. Stranger things have happened, Mr. Lystra. But we do go into our final race of the weekend for these drivers. So now it's all down to who is going to be able to tame the wet weather conditions here in Mülsen. Will it be Lystra? Will it be Nito? Will it be Thiel? How will we see Linus Hensen recover from this one? Well, all bets are off, and it's time once again to go racing. The rainfall has stopped, but the track is still very, very wet, very saturated in places. There will be standing water, and it will catch drivers out. They exit out of the final corner into the tram lines. The revs start to build. Are we ready? False start has been called as we've got someone round 180 degrees the wrong way. Oh my goodness. That was a bit of a moment as we've had a bit of a drama coming through turn 3. Turn 2, someone else has spun around and is trying to get back going. Oh my goodness. Red flag has been called. And I'm not at all surprised about that decision there. So, second red flag of the day. So we're getting things back underway after the red flag stoppage, which means it will be a full restart. I did see that Bastien Barlage's car was being pushed by the driver down the pit lane. So Bastien Barlage would be starting 14th. However, at this particular moment, that could very much be a different story altogether. So Luca Lystra and Darius Nitu getting things a lot closer now, and it will be a case of getting the right start this time. As the field now starts to concertina and close up in their ranks, 2 by 2. Senior Rotax race 2 on Sunday, about to get underway, hopefully with the second time of asking. Red lights on the starting gantry. The revs start to rise. Are we ready? Lights are out. We are off and racing. And Darius Nitu gets in behind and goes over the curbs and manages to get past Luca Lystra, but then runs wide going through turn 2. Lystra retakes the lead, but then all of a sudden Darius Nitu storms his way past the Belgian. There's been a turnaround, and that is one of the Sodi carts, I think. Not too sure. I think that could have been maybe Kian Agasade. It looked like a double 3 at the beginning of that race number. But Luca Lystra got jumped quite literally by Darius Nitu, who went into the turn 1 right-hand kink and got into the lead. Lystra went back at him, and then all of a sudden Nitu decided, well, I'm sorry, 2 can play at that game, and Luca Köster looks to be up in P3. Past Luca Thiel in the 399. We're about to come around to complete lap number 1, and it is Darius Nitu in the 303 that leads the way. Luca Köster, a race winner at this track last season in the wet. As Nitu keeps ahead of Lystra for the moment. Linus Henson looking to go up the inside of Luca Thiel, who's in his own right going past Luca Köster, and Köster manages to keep it pinned whilst going nigh on sideways when hitting the throttle coming out of turn 2 when he was being run wide. And there goes Luca Thiel up the inside, but then Köster gets a real good run. He went round towards the outside of turn 4 to Luca Köster and decided to just mash the throttle to the floor, and all of a sudden he got past Luca Thiel, last year's runner-up in the championship standings, and now things are really heating up as Zsombor Kovac is passed by Linus Henson. So Henson already up from 6th up to P3 and closing in on the 2 in front as Luca Lystra now back in the lead of the race. Bastien Barlage as there was a drama there for Linus Henson, and that was coming through the penultimate right-hander, so that's allowed Darius Nitu and also Zsombor Kovac to get back past. 11 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. Henson round the outside before they've even hit the apex of turn 2. He's gotten past in one fell swoop Zsombor Kovac and Darius Nitu, and he's literally done the School of Zen, and now he's gone past Lystra for the lead. But then Lystra gets back past, through up the inside through turn 5. Well, my goodness, Linus Henson continues to stone the crows here in RMC Germany. Wow. Wow, wow. He just literally planted it round the outside. He got past Kovac and Nitu like they were standing still, and now he's gone for the lead and he's got it. Once again, Linus Henson, he has a moment coming out. Now, he put the power down. Now, he was looking to his right to see what was happening. But this means that Luca Köster has gotten the lead back. Zsombor Kovac in second, but Henson back up the inside to retake second position through on lap number 4. He's trying to put on some kind of showcase for the people watching in the grandstands at the minute. Oh my goodness me, Linus Henson is at it again. He's keeping us guessing. 3.5 minutes down, 10.5 to go, plus an additional lap. Oh, well, if that's the sign of things to come from Linus Henson, playing a strategy game here. I don't want to count him out at all. He is the reigning and defending champion after all, and now he closes in. And look how close he got to Lystra and back through again. He got through this time, and here comes Zsombor Kovács up the inside of the Belgian to retake second position, but Lystra and also Darius Nitu are closing in. Giuseppe Fico's had a whirlwind of a race. He's up into P7. He's just been repassed by Luca Thiel, and I'm sure he won't mind that, but Luca Thiel trying to get past Luca Köster. And Köster making the 366 from Kraft Motorsport as wide as humanly possible. But then Luca Thiel gets past, and so does Giuseppe Fico in the process. 9 minutes and 20 plus 1 lap still to go. It's going to be one of those races where we're going to have to keep on guessing who's going to do what and when are they going to get past who. And not if, but when is the move going to happen. And here is Luca Thiel looking up the inside of Darius Nitu through the penultimate right-hander. Can't get past, but then there goes Giuseppe Fico up his inside. And then Thiel returns the favour through the final right-hander. Lead between Henson and Zsombor Kovács now extended to 1.05 seconds. Now here is the battle for what is fourth on the road. And there goes Giuseppe Fico and Luca Thiel. Giuseppe Fico is now up into a genuine fourth place. The way that him and Luca Thiel were just swapping positions, and now, of all people, he's trying to get past Luca Lystra. Lystra sees him, pulls along to the left, and then shuts the door before they hit the right-hander. Oh, that's cheekiness personified there with Luca Lystra. Through the final corner, Luca Thiel retakes the position away from Giuseppe Fico, who gets back into the slipstream. Now, Fico and Thiel up into 5th and 4th respectively, and they both get past Luca Lystra, who now drops to 6th position. Here's Luca Thiel up the inside of Zsombor Kovács. This is for 2nd place. And Kovács not really giving much of a fight. This means that Giuseppe Fico can close in to Luca Thiel if he gets past Zsombor Kovács. The move looks to be on. Kovács looks to his left and then to his right. Giuseppe Fico trying to go up the inside through into the penultimate right-hander, but then gets a real good run out of the penultimate turn, goes through into P3. Giuseppe Fico running with the Italia Tricolore as part of his helmet design. So Giuseppe having Italian heritage, but very much born and bred here over in Germany. Jan Heinen out of the race before it even got him started, and we have another casualty out of the 27. We're down to 25, courtesy of 3G Racing's Lukas Vavajanak in the 369, who retired on the 6th lap of racing. So we're fast approaching 6 minutes of the 14 of this race remaining, plus also an additional lap on top of that one. So Linus Henson leads from Luca Thiel by just over 1.5 seconds. Giuseppe Fico rounds out the top 3. Zsombor Kovács, Luca Lystra, Darius Nitu. Maurice Schmeis has got past Luca Köster for 7th position. Milan Ritter and Lucas Hardman rounds out the top 10 places. Nick Cubbins drops a couple of places because he's dropped behind The 3:29 of Bastian Barlage and Bennett Ahrens in the 3:27. Respectively filling 12th and 11th position on the running order. Zino Kovac and Andrei Petropoulos get past Filip Keskik in the 3:63. Lasse Reinhardt past Max Busch, Luisa Kehle past Kian Agasade. We've got just over 5 minutes of the senior Rotax race weekend, plus an additional lap to go. And at the moment, Linus Henson trying to strike away into the distance, puts in a 56.609. Bastian Barlage in 12th is the driver with the fastest lap. To his credit, a 55.653. And one of the biggest things is that with the rain not having fallen for quite a time, there is a dry line around the circuit. The circuit has dried up rather quickly. Now, considering the drivers were running in the 50.3s at the sharp end of the grid in the first race earlier on today. So there is Luca Thiel a little bit further. Well, I think that is... No, that isn't Luca Thiel. That is probably going to be, I would say, Maurice Schmeis, possibly. There is Linus Henson, there's Luca Thiel, and there is Lucas Thompson in the 3:12. So Vajanak has retired. Lucas Thompson, the last driver circulating out of the 25 from 27 that started this race just over 10 minutes ago. Milan Ritter drops to 10th behind Bastian Barlage. And Zsombor Kovac and Luka Lystra 5th and 6th respectively. Battle for the lead. It was 0.6 of a second last time round. It is less than that as they come into the double right-hander, and Henson runs a little bit wide going through the corner, and there goes Luca Thiel. Up the inside, they get past Max Busch in the 3:13. And also Lasse Reinhardt, I believe, has just gotten out of the way in the 3:02. So Luca Thiel now takes the lead on lap number 10. And lap number 11 that have been completed so far. We're into the last 2 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap of their race weekend. Next up, it will be DD2 Masters, DD2 and then DD2 Masters before the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft closes out the show here in Mülsen. So one kart by the side, and that looks to be, Zino Kovac, I think, has dropped out of this race. The 3:79 from Hungary. Maddox Wirtz also looks to have the blue circle alongside him on the timing screens. Zino Kovac has ended up retiring, and Maddox Wirtz will be the 4th retirement in rapid fire succession. So 1 minute and 45 seconds still to go in this race, plus an additional lap. And now Luca Thiel has gotten away from Linus Henson and has set the fastest lap of anybody on the previous tour, 54.788. Thiel is leading away from Henson, and it will be the way Luca Thiel will be happy to celebrate a race victory after a drought after last season, where he took the runner-up spot behind the man that is trying to keep chase. At the moment, with just over 1 minute and a quarter remaining plus an additional lap, Luca Thiel is moments away from taking the victory in race 2 here at Mülsen. Maurice Schmeis now completes the top 3 ahead of Giuseppe Fico. It looks like Max Busch is still running. Lasse Reinhardt in 22nd position behind Lucas Thompson in the 3:12. As the timer now hits 45 seconds on the clock remaining. Luca Thiel has gotten away, and gotten away well. His gap, his lead between himself and Linus Henson now stretches to 2.185 seconds. He's got a couple of back markers to contend with up in front. So crosses the line and sets a personal best and the fastest lap of the race. 54.479. His gap to Linus Hensen, who just had a 56.974 second lap time around this 1,315 metre circuit. That gap has now been extended to 4.4 seconds. And now the timer hits 0. One more lap after this. We're on lap number 15 out of 16 for Senior Rotax. Race 2 on Sunday, and Luca Thiel has got probably the best part of just over 1,700 metres. That's 1.7 kilometres to circumnavigate. So Luca Thiel comes round the final corner. One more lap remains. He gets his head down. He's got the sign that he needs. As looks like a few drivers have started dropping. Zsombor Kovac has started dropping down to around about 19th. He was in the top 3 at one point. He was even battling for the lead. So Zsombor Kovac might have decided, you know what, I'm going to save myself ready for the Euro Trophy in a few days' time. But Luca Thiel is just making sure he gets home, and he's got the 3.31 of Luisa Keller just up ahead in 15th. And then Nick Cuppens next on the list. Luca Thiel gets past. And there is Andrei Petropoulos, I think, in the 3.01 just up ahead. Well, it's all said and done, and it's put in the bank. And there we go. The celebration starts for Luca Thiel, who wins race 2 here on Sunday in Senior Rotax. Finchdiak 13th out of Nick Cuppens and Luisa Keller, who ran out the top 15 positions. Linus Hensen closes the gap to 3.259 seconds at the end of 16 laps of racing. Maurice Schmeis and Giuseppe Fico ran out the top 4 positions. Bastien Barlage in 5th place. Lucas Thompson rounds out the top 20 behind Philip Keskik, Denny Bount, Adrian Dobric and Kian Agasade. Luca Lystra and Milan Ritter round out the top 7 positions. Luca Costa 8th. Lucas Hartmann 9th ahead of Bennett Ahrens, who rounds out the top 10. And despite an early initial great showing from Darius Nitu, he finishes 11th ahead of Andrei Petropoulos. Last of the 22 runners and riders that finished the full 15 laps, Lasse Reinhardt and Max Busch. Zsombor Kovac retires on lap 14. Manax Wirtz on lap number 11. Zino Kovac lap 10. Lukas Vavajanak lap number 6, with Jan Heinen not even making it to the start, but rounding off his weekend in style and winning ways, Luca Thiel from JJ Racing.
Ja, wenn es nicht ist, ist es in der Box. Wenn er schraubt, dann muss er aus der Box starten. Also das ist jetzt mal die Frage. Das ist nur die Regel. Also wenn er schraubt, dann muss er in die Box. Dann sind wir uns einig. Danke.
Schau dir mal die Bilder an, wenn ihr euch die fotografieren auch.
Hier schnell rein, schau die Bilder an, dann fahren wir nur
Das ist so blöd hier. man das nicht bei ihm nachregeln dann einfach?
Also vielleicht haben wir gut geguckt, vielleicht auch nicht. Aber vielleicht wenn alle so zusammen hauen, dann
Marius, ein professional. Du hast die Bilder gesehen, oder? Der schraubt einen Reifen schraubt drauf noch später.
Wollen wir nicht diskutieren?
Follow away. Closer. So on the camera.
Können wir jetzt endlich los?
Ja, jetzt fahrt halt. Ja, aber ganz ruhig.
wir gucken jetzt nach Startaufstellung, das ist krass da vorne. Die lassen wir dann noch aus. Ganz normal. Und dann jetzt Start 3.
You understand my? I agree your arguments, but
Ja, also. Ihr fahrt hier, ihr fahrt als erstes raus. Ja, ihr macht euren Start und dann dürfen die erst wieder herkommen.
ja, aber
Ihr seid die Ersten, die dann rausfahren. Ihr macht dann
Aber fahren, nicht kämpfen.
Ihr macht dann den zweiten Start, so wie ihr seid. Nein, ihr seid jetzt so wie ihr seid, so wie ihr jetzt seid, seid ihr hintereinander.
Fahren, nicht kämpfen.
Fahr nichts los. Wenn ihr dann sozusagen den Start haltet, dürfen die erst hinterher starten.
Von uns fahren, das kommt nicht vor. Fahr vorbei.
Wie bitte?
Wir dürfen nicht raus. Und kommt nicht nach.
Der steht weiter vorne, stimmt. Er gibt normales Tempo ein. Wenn er weiter vorne steht, gibt er das Tempo ein. Okay?
Können wir los? Wir haben noch Zeit. Gut.
Warte mal! Sag mal, was wollt ihr von mir?
Ich hab die Schnitzel auf dem Grill.
Leute, ich treffe doch die Entscheidung nicht.
Ja, dann mach doch mal.
Leute, wenn ihr mir jetzt mal Schnitzel herbringt, dann kann ich was entscheiden.
Ja.
Aber habt ihr jetzt die Schnitzel hier?
Auf dem Grill.
Ja, es ist auf dem Grill, aber nie hier.
Ja, gib Gas, wir essen zeitig.
Ja, ich auch.
So.
Also ich hab's Ihnen jetzt erklärt. Kommt alles so raus, von drinnen hintereinander. Der bei auf der 4 steht, das Tempo ansetzen. Und alle anderen stoppen dann hinterher, wenn der Satz bereit ist. Genau.
So we head into our, well, another race here. 12 out of 14 today, and it's DD2. Let's have a look at the starting grid for race 2 for this category. So starting on pole position, it will be Mika Metz. Fabian Bock will be alongside. And it's Florian Breitenbach and Laurent Seyfried, who got a very well-deserved 4th place in the race earlier on today. Row number 3 is going to be Yannick Jacobs and Zander Schrublak. Dennis Thiem and Ronnie Göttler, that is row 4, with Matthias Lund and Marcel Steinert rounding out the top 10. Completing the top 6 rows is Ragnar Virus and Hannes Bode, Mark Bartels and Robert Chopin rounding out the top 14 drivers. There are a lot of karts in the pit lane. I can't explain to you why that is, but hopefully things will get underway very, very soon indeed. A lot of them might have actually switched tyres, so there could be a bit of a gamble opportunity here. So the grid, you can see it, the rest of it is, you've got the likes of Jonas Wolscheid in 15th, Yannick Herrmann, Jana Stier, Leon Arndt, Tim Stender, Philipp Treschler, Denis Chalau, Francisco Blum and Fotias Kalfas. So effectively those drivers, and I count 5 of them according to the live timing. Now the biggest thing is that those that have swapped tyres have ended up effectively in the pre-grid. So once these drivers get going, so the biggest thing is that who has gambled and who has not. Well, we're about to find out, because the way that the senior Rotax drivers were going, it seemed like it was at the point where wet weather tyres might not be used and slicks might be different. Okay, rolling start gets underway, and once these drivers have gotten past, watch the floodgates open behind, because now, there we go, and at the back of that train looks to be Denis Chalau is one of the drivers at the back end. And now, with the way that the circuit has evolved, look how dry it is. And there are going to be some drivers that are going to be up to speed. And at the moment, leading the way, it is a FM Racing 1-2. For the moment, we're only 30 seconds in. Laurent Seyfried has the lead of the race, ahead of teammates Marcel Steinert. Robert Chopin rounds out the top 3. Now you can see the sea of karts behind. So I think some have decided to gamble on wet weather tyres and hold on for as long as possible. Now we're going to see the lap times, and I'm going to look at the comparison between the two. Laurent Seyfried will cross the line. His lap time was a 53.656, a 53.870. Right, let's just have a look and keep our eyes on other times here. So the rest of the drivers have yet to set a representative lap time, a full lap thereof, because they all started behind. But wait, all I'm going to say is wait, there is something in the air here in Mülsen that really has gotten me on tenterhooks. So Yannick Jacobs is the last of the 5 drivers that took the start. We've got, right, I've got a full course yellow. A full course yellow. I've just seen the slow signs and yellow flags. The drivers are slowing down. Full course yellow looks to have been employed. And there is one driver that is in a Kraft Motorsport race suit. So it is yellow. It's a full course yellow with the slow signs out, and it's the prepared to stop. So full course yellow, and this is for the second successive second race in the first 2 rounds of the season. So obviously the drivers have got to take due care and attention. Now I've just seen Dennis Thiem, Fotios Kalfas and Francisco Blum. All 3 drivers not running. So that means we go down to 20 drivers. So a very, very shrewd decision by race control to neutralise the race. This has got things rather interesting indeed, because now I had a feeling that there was going to be something quite unique about this race. Well, there's been more unique strikes than I could probably shake a stick at right now. So running out the top 20, and there are 20 drivers still running, is the RTM Racing Team Margraf MS car of Denis Chalot in the 403. We've got Philipp Dreschler, his teammate, ahead in 19th position. So Dennis Thiem, Fortius Kalfas and Francisco Blum, I would imagine, are not going to take any further participation in this race. I've only seen one kart on the circuit, so the race has been neutralised until everything has been cleared up and we are cleared to go racing. So it is single file. They are taking things nice and easily as we wait for the green flag once again to wave, but they've got to be careful. If anyone might remember what happened 2 weeks ago, and I know Oliver Breitenbach will be very much aware of what I'm saying right now, that they've got to take care. They can't do anything undue. They can't be at full racing speed. Now I see the green flag being prepared. So you're going to have to wait for this, but I think this is going to be a classic, this race. So you've got Seyfried and Steinert at the front of the grid. Green flags are being prepared at all marshal posts. So the next time they come round, the timer is still counting down. So effectively, it will be a 9 or so minute sprint plus one additional lap, depending on how quickly they get around the circuit. I think we're going to have between 8 and 8.5 minutes on the timer left before the final lap ball comes out. So my question is, who's on slicks? Who's on wets? I think the top 5. Now, there has been an interesting development because Yannick Jacobs ended up in 11th at the full course yellow. So that says to me absolutely nothing, because now Seyfried and Steiner have started running away from the field. So green flag waves, we're back underway. 8 minutes and 40 to go on the clock plus an additional lap. And now Robert Chopin rounds out the top 3. Zana Schriblak looking to close in. And I think that maybe some of the drivers actually managed to call the conditions correctly, because Lawrence Seyfried and Marcel Steiner were running in the 53.8s. They knew that the track was evolved enough, and with them, keep your eyes on Zana Schriblak. Schriblak started in 5th. He's now up into P3. We still have 8 minutes plus an additional lap of this race remaining. So we are up to full racing speed. We're about to complete lap number 5 of this race, and it is Comp Kart City at the front of the field. Dennis Thiem retired, so he was the one that brought out the full course yellow. Francisco Blum and Fortius Kalfas actually opted to not start the race. So 7.5 minutes to go, and the times are in. Zander Schriblak is noticeably quicker, but not by much, ahead of Lawrence Seyfried and Marcel Steiner. Zander Schriblak was 0.13 seconds quicker, as Robert Chopin looks to be dropping down the field. And his lap time's 56.3. That says to me he's more than likely on wets. It's easier to interpret sometimes by lap time than actually having a very bona fide, clear image on what you see in front of you. But Lawrence Seyfried still leads. The gap between him and Marcel Steinert, 0.2. Fabian Bock is winding up the wick, and he's trying to close in on Zander Schriblak. And I've just seen the amount of drivers that are well off the pace. Hannes Border, Honey Girdler, Matthias Lund, Ragnar Veres, Robert Chopin. They've all gambled, and it's the wrong one. I think the top 3, I think they're on slicks. The pace that they're setting, Fabian Bock is showcasing this. They are not that far off the lap times that were being set in the first race here today. They're about a couple of seconds off, if that. So now, this is a bona fide race for the lead. And at the moment, Lawrence Seyfried leads it, but not by much. Zander Schriblak is looking to make it 3 abreast, and he goes up the inside of the pair of them. Steiner up into P2, Seifried down to 3rd, and Fabian Bock is right with him. Now things are changing. Now the track is coming to drivers. Now the times are dropping, but looking at Matthias Lund, Denny Schalau, Tim Stender, Robert Schopian, Philipp Preschler, Mika Metz all the way down in 17th position. Who would have thought that? There were some drivers that thought that maybe, well, there's enough water on the circuit for me to keep these tyres cool. No, they're burning them up. They are burning them up. And Zander Schriblak has hit the front, but he's got Marcel Steinert closing in on him at a race of knots. And at the moment still, Lawrence Seifried still holds P3. Ahead of Fabian Bock. Marcel Steinert sets a personal best. As Fabian Bock gets his way past Lawrence Seifried for 3rd position. And these are 2 young chargers. As is the one at the front of the field, the current reigning and defending Euro Trophy champion. So Dennis Thiem has retired. Mika Metz down, and he's running in the 58. So the gamble's not paid off. They will be kicking themselves, and this throws the championship so wide open. It is not even funny right now coming into this round. And effectively looking at the championships coming into this round, you know, DD2, it had Mika Metz at the front of the field. Marcel Steinert is probably going to take that. Well, he would do. But Fabian Bock is going to make himself very much someone to contend with this season. This has blown the doors off of this championship. And we've got 42 days to wait until we go to Kart Club Kappen Mannheim in 42 days in Western Germany, the other side of the country, to see who's really going to start being in that title push. Steinert you can throw in there. Fabian Bock will want to go into that karting style MMA octagon in just a few weeks' time. But Zander Schriblak is being chased. And Zander Schriblak being chased by, of all people, Fabian Bock. Yannick Jacobs down in 20th position. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Mika Metz is closing in. Fabian Bock's put in the fastest lap of the race, and he was nearly 4 tenths quicker than the man in second, Zander Schriblak. And even with the way things are at the moment, if Schriblak decided to do the rest of the championship, he could be even in title contention. But I think this is a one-off appearance, if memory serves me correctly. But effectively, this means that Fabian Bock has thrown his 2 cents, and they are big 2 cents as well. The cojones have definitely come out to play, and they're being used by Fabian Bock. You know, Marcel Steinert and Lawrence Seifried knew that they were on borrowed time, as here comes Florian Breidenbach. He takes 4th position off of Lawrence Seifried. Now we'll start gunning after Marcel Steinert. 2 minutes and 20 plus an additional lap still to go in this race, as we've got 2 more races after this one. So it looks like they've passed another driver. Matthias Lund is absolutely nowhere. The Dane has also called it wrong. Oh my goodness, you know what, when I catch up with people in the paddock in Kaupen in just over 40 days time, I'm going to say, right, what did you gamble with? Because I want to know what it made you decide to take that call. 1 minute and 43 seconds plus an additional lap. Fabian Bock leads. Yannick Jacobs has called time on the race. I'm not at all surprised. Well, he did call time on the race, but he had a couple of difficult laps. A 58.6 and then a 1 minute 3.8. Now, Florian Breitenbach looking to make good his intentions, looking to get into the top 3 before the weekend is over in one of the main races on Sunday. And he has got there. He's got past Marcel Steinert. And you know what? He's not that far adrift of the two leading the way. Fabian Bock and Zana Shriblack will have to keep themselves rather honest, because now they cross the line. 51 seconds on the clock remaining, and it's not that far behind. Florian Breitenbach is only like just over a second behind. So never say never with the pace that he has been showing. He did a 51.5 last time round. Jana Stier, in the meantime, she has been the fastest of everybody. A number 444 from Nice Racing. She's got herself up into 9th position, and she put in the fastest lap on lap number 12 of 50.926. So keep your eyes on her in the dying moments. She's not that far from Ragnar Virus and could snatch... Oh, she's not that far from Ronnie Gertler. But we are literally on the bubble. Oh, they crossed the line with 0 on the clock. Oh my goodness, and it is final lap, because this time now, I don't think they're aware. I think, well, they're going to now see, if they've looked behind them, they'll see in their peripheral vision what the digi-flag says, and it will say lap 1, which means final lap. So it was on the bubble. Mika Metz out of the race. And there he is, watching by the sidelines. But Fabian Bock on course to win in DD2 in RMC Germany in 2021. Zana Shriblack has been the one that's really showcased that what he's capable of. If he was to take part in a full campaign, it's a one-off for him. But Fabian Bock takes the checkered, and he's absolutely jubilant. He can't believe it. He can't believe it. He's bested Zana Shriblack, and he has taken a race victory here in RMC Germany as a DD2 driver. Zana Shriblack takes 2nd position. Florian Breitenbach rounds off his weekend with a top 3. And it was a good fight, nevertheless. Good persistence by Marcel Steiner and Lawrence Seyfried, who round out the top 5. Ragnar Vinus in 7th, Ronnie Gertler in 8th, Mark Bartels, Jana Stier round out the top 10, Leon Arndt, Dennis Schalau, Philipp Breischler, Tim Stender, Yannick Herrmann, Matthias Lund, Robert Schopian, Jonas Wolscheid and Yannick Jacobs round out the 19 that finished the race, albeit Wolscheid and Jacobs being a lap down. The biggest news though, Mika Metz out on lap 12, and with it the championship dynamic changes. But rounding off the headlines here in DD2 in Mülsen, Fabian Bock wins race 2.
Wäre auch gerechnet.
Das wäre doch eine Option, oder? Seid alle auf Sticks und dann fängt es an zu regnen, ne? Da war eine Pech gehabt. Darüber. 3 Leute gibt es, die lachen. Aber ich muss auch ganz ehrlich sagen, wir wissen, wer schuld ist. Ne? Das Leberfahrer. Weil er so langsam ist.
Kannst du uns nachher die Telefonnummer, Adresse, alles rüberfaxen?
Fahrt ja dann alle so dran vorbei.
Ja, okay, dann machen wir.
Soll ich schneller fahren?
Wie viel Daniel?
Wenn du den fahren siehst, ne? Da bist du die gar nicht laufen sehen.
Nicht?
Macht er? Er hatte Wegreifen drauf.
Zeitnahme bereit.
Ja, danke.
Turbo ist noch draußen auf Strecke.
I show it.
Oh Mann.
Können wir glatt meinen, ist eine Rennstrecke, oder?
Jetzt Rodney. Da bist du dabei. Hey, wir gehen mal. Geheim. Rat mal. Guck dir auch bei der Reifen an.
Raus. War mal Motorschaden. Hier Motorschaden.
Wo ist er denn jetzt?
Oder ausgefallen auf dem Arm. Wie war es beide?
Gleich kommt der Schauer.
Nee. Jange. Da rüber weg.
Hast du es so diffus?
Ja.
Notschleife weg. Martin, wie sieht's aus bei dir?
Ja, ja, genau. Das ist halt, ich hab schon wieder
Von woher der Umzug? Wasser.
Marco, schönen Gruß von Daniel.
Danke, schöne Grüße zurück.
Nee, keine Ahnung.
Süße Stangen?
Uhr war Siegerehrung, oder?
Ja. Haben wir verpasst.
Schafft ihr nicht mehr. Ihr kriegt die zugeschickt.
Längsten.
Die Teilnahmeurkunde.
Radkloppen oder was?
Was kein Vorstart mal, man ist immer der Blöde. Ja, das hätte ich eigentlich gedacht, dass es entspannt ist.
Ja klar, klar.
Falsch gedacht.
Ja. Seid ihr nächste Woche auch hier? Dann bin ich in der Rennleitung.
Keine Ahnung. Ja, einfach zwei. Aber dauert das. Ja, alles klar.
Steffi, können wir trotzdem losfahren, geht das?
Die pokern alle auf Regen, deswegen warten sie.
Dauert aber noch kurz. Ein bisschen aufräumen. Okay, aber 17 Uhr Zeit.
Ja. Okay, dann Vollstart grün.
So the final race of the weekend for the Rotax Max Challenge Germany contingent. It's DD2 Masters, second race. I have seen that Born is actually starting from the pre-grid. So the starting order will be as follows. Daniel Schollenberger will start from pole position, and alongside will be Michael Becker. Then we will have Marco Winkler in the 566 alongside Andreas Frenzel, who rounded out the top 4 last time out. Patrick Weinstock and Stefan Grabau, row 3. Klaus Parnet and Leonard Schreiber, row 4, with Konrad Bayer and Daniel Yildiz rounding out the top 10. Tobias Greff, Rainer Born, Nico Heiner, Thomas Piet, Falco Birkholz and Tommy Helfinger round out the 16 strong, but I would imagine that Rainer Born, is at the back, is the end of the pre-grid, and will be released once the start gets going. And after this, we'll round off the coverage here at Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen, die Kart Arena Deutschlands, with the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft, which will be a lap encounter as opposed to a time restricted encounter. So 14 minutes for this race here. So Schollenberger and Becker will be the ones controlling the pace. Down to them to make sure that the start gets underway with no hitches, no dramas, no one's spinning around before the start gets underway. So every single result that has been called by myself this weekend has been provisional, pending any technical and sporting checks post-race. As now we get ready for the final hurrah here at Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen. In 42 days' time, we head to Western Germany, not too far outside of Köln and Düsseldorf, for the penultimate round of the season at the Kart Club Kaupen Mannheim, a track that I first commentated on in November 2019, and I ended up going over there to do some work for RMC Club Sport. Right, red lights on the starting gantry. The revs build. Are we ready? Lights are out. We're off and racing as they hurtle their way down to turns 1 and 2 for the first time of asking. Schollenberger will have the lead going through the exit of the corner as Marco Winkler goes side by side with Michael Becker and forces his way through up to second position. Oh, and he nearly tangled with the back end of Daniel Schollenberger going through turn 3. He had a bit of a wobble there. That was definitely a clean-up operation, and the trails of Marco Winkler required right there and then. Oh my goodness, Marco Winkler, you definitely got a wake-up call there, a bit like Michael Becker did in the first part of it, because what Winkler was doing was trying to go up the inside through the kink on the approach into turn number 4, and he nearly got the move, but he had to back out of it. So at the moment, they come across the line to complete lap number 1. Daniel Schollenberger leads from Marco Winkler. Michael Becker being challenged by Patrick Weinstock going into turn 2. Keeps ahead. Andreas Frenzel rounds out the top 5. Stefan Grabau in 6. Klaus Parnet. Well, Stefan Grabau looking around the outside of Andreas Frenzel going into turn 4. That's brave, and then some. Now, one of the biggest things here is that Tommy Helfinger is not showing to have completed a lap, so I don't think that Helfinger has started the race. After what happened, whether the mechanical drama has caused problems, not allowing him to start this race, and that could spell disaster for his championship aspirations for this season. He was showing us taking the grid, and yeah, the fact is, yes, Tommy Helfinger is not going to score any points on Sunday. That's drama for him right now, and that is going to be a real change for what has happened here. Konrad Bayer has made his way up into 8th position ahead of Daniel Yildiz, who's made his way past Leonard Schreiber. Heiner Born up to 14th, having started from the dummy grid. Thomas Piet up to 11th, past Tobias Grave. So at the moment, Daniel Schollenberger is leading ahead of Marco Winkler by just under 7/10 of a second. They cross the line to complete lap number 3. It's 3/4 of a second. Becker now siphoning time as well. Stefan Grabau down in 6th position, puts in the fastest lap of anybody with a 52.256 second lap time. So Stefan Grabau, who won a race yesterday and was absolutely beside himself when it happened, is rounding out the top 6 at the minute. Klaus Barnett, Konrad Bayer, Tanja Yildiz, Thomas Piet has got past Lennart Schreiber for the final spot in the top 10. Heiner Born up another position, up past Nico Heiner this time, into 14th place. It has been a very interesting dynamic for DD2 Masters this weekend, but Michael Becker coming under fire from Patrick Weinstock, but here comes Stefan Grabau, and he's gone up the inside of a pair of them. Oh my goodness, the run that Stefan Grabau had coming out of the final corner, he literally went full on banzai mode, and he didn't give a damn what was going to happen. He knew it. He committed to that move, and I think both Becker and Weinstock waited for it to happen. And Weinstock now takes 3rd place away from Stefan Grabau, but that has got to be the move of the season thus far. Never would I have seen that one coming, and it just literally, I think it nearly sucked all the breath out of my body, because looking back at what happened, they came out of the final corner, and it effectively he pulled out early, did Stefan Grabau, and effectively Weinstock went to the left-hand side of Becker. Now the positions have rechanged once again, so Stefan Grabau ahead of Patrick Weinstock, but that was one hell of a move from the 555. Well, that just goes to show how things can rapidly change in a heartbeat, and they can send heartbeats soaring, and that's exactly what Stefan Grabau did just a couple of laps ago. 8 minutes and 47 seconds plus an additional lap of this race remaining, and of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany race weekend. As we hit the halfway point after this one, we head to Car Club Kerpen Mannheim in just 42 days. Some drivers will be back here this coming weekend for the Euro Trophy Round 3, and also some will be heading to the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans, which happens between the 27th and the 31st of July, and grand finals tickets are up for grabs. If you want to head to our Facebook page, you will see that we do have some tickets available. Apparently, I think it's for seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters up for grabs, and that will be held at Le Mans. 7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock remaining. It still is the case that Daniel Schollenberger looking to make it a pretty convincing clean sweep as the blue flags waves. That's for Tanja Yildiz in the 570, who rounds out the top 9 positions. I imagine that if Konrad Bayer is being chased down by these drivers, that will be the case. I don't think that is, to be completely truthful, but it could be maybe someone like at the back end of the grid when the front drivers are running in the 51.9s. That is a ridiculous amount of pace from Daniel Schollenberger. Stefan Grabau is trying to close in on Marco Winkler, and that is for second on the road. Winkler has put in a 52.037. He's got the gap to just under a second between himself and Daniel Schollenberger. Falco Birkholz has called it a day and has pulled the car into the pits after pretty much now on 7 laps of racing, but of course that does quickly change. You think that it's going to go into the cart's going to go into the pits, So Birkholz still running, but Tommy Helfinger not scoring here today. A technical drama that put him out of not only the first race, but also out of this race. And so he has a lot of work to do at Kerpen in 42 days' time. That's just over a month. So probably around about 5 weeks from now, he will be looking to fire back on all 125 cc's. So 6 weeks' time is when we return to action here at RMC Germany. And then October the 2nd and 3rd will be the season finale at Motorsport Club Wittgenborn, based in Hesse, where we held our season finale last year and crowned our 2020 RMC Germany champions. But there will be some new names to add to the honour roll for 2021. 5 minutes and 20 still to go. Marco Winkler pushing the envelope, but still Stefan Grabau is closing in, and he's put in the fastest lap. He's gone to within 5 1/1000ths of it on the previous tour. Patrick Weinstock puts in a personal best, a 51.935 from him, as Daniel Schallenberger now is being closed in. Marco Winkler smells a victory on the cards. He's got to within half a second of the 5:22, and there is the gap between the pair of them. Oh my goodness, Daniel Schallenberger wants to round this off with a double victory on today's racing merits, but Marco Winkler was 6th in the intermediate classification after yesterday's festivities, and now a P3. He's in 2nd, and he's gunning for a race victory. He's got 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to close up, and the gap now 0.513. And Schallenberger now starting to respond, only goes 29 thousandths quicker than the man behind him, in the form of Marco Winkler. So effectively, now what we have is an interesting dynamic on our hands. Because Marco Winkler is not the only one closing on Daniel Schallenberger. Stefan Grabau also wants an opportunity to secure a race win, and that could very much happen. 3.5 minutes to go. We go on to lap number 13 of this race, and the gap between the top three now 1.3 seconds. So 15 out of the 16 drivers still running around the circuit. Falco Birkholz running a lap down off the leaders. I think Tobias Greif is possibly a little bit further down, and that kart has been stationary for a little bit of time in terms of the running time of the race so far. So I would imagine we could have ourselves down to 13 competitors. Klaus Parnell in the meantime has been passed by Konrad Bayer, but Parnell is closing in, was just over 2/10 quicker. But now the battle for the lead really intensifies. The gap was 0.462. It's now been truncated by 0.3, courtesy of Marco Winkler, who put in a 51.754. Stefan Grabau has also lit up the timesheets, and he's gone fastest of all. 51.504 from the 555. And now Winkler is within earshot. He's within lunge range. He's got the driver in front in his crosshairs, and he's about to pull the trigger, but he's got to watch out because there could be a secondary trigger being fired, and it won't be by him. It will be by the driver behind, Stefan Grabau, in the 555. We're coming into the last 2 minutes. Now it is crunch time. Who is the one that is going to get the upper hand? Well, Winkler, if he gets a good run coming out of the final corner, which looks to be the case, he's right in the slipstream. Across line they go to complete lap 14. Gap was 71 thousandths, and Winkler goes for the lead. Winkler goes for the lead, and he's got it. And Stefan Krabal looking to get past Daniel Schallenberger around the outside through turn 3. Is he going to get the job done? He does, and the back marker gets out of the way. Oh my goodness, Daniel Schallenberger has dropped within 3 corners from first to third, and Marco Winkler leads for the first time in 2021. And it could be an important score for the 566. Switched to Paralin this season, but he's got some time. Well, there is time for him to get away and scarper into the distance. But if I know Stefan Krabal won't let that slide, and he went fastest of everybody last time around. 56 seconds, so we're going to have this plus another couple of laps to go. Oh, and Krabal went towards the outside of turn 2 on Winkler and nearly clashed wheels, nearly clashed sidewalls, but the pair stayed out of danger's way, and now through into the left-hander at 4. Winkler holding on. They've got a back marker just up ahead who gets out of the way. That could be Tanya Yildiz that they've just passed. Well, no, Yildiz has crossed the line. But this is where things get really, really close and tight. 21 seconds on the clock remain, plus 1 additional lap. Marco Winkler has this plus 2 more laps to hold on and defend against Stefan Krabal, and also the resurgent Daniel Schallenberger, who now comes back into the party. They say that 2's company, 3's definitely a crowd, as Krabal goes round towards the outside. Again, the same move attempted, but this time he can't get it done. Winkler puts the car exactly where he needs to. And now we go on to the penultimate lap of the race. Krabal again going to the outside into turn 4, looking to make an unforced error happen, courtesy of Winkler. But Winkler knows better than that. Knows that he's got to plant that car where he sees fit. He's got the racing line. As long as he doesn't block and weave, he's good. He's golden. And now we've got just over 1,750 metres to be circumnavigated. And then we'll be on to the final lap. Winkler looks over his left shoulder, sees where Stefan Krabal and Daniel Schallenberger is. Now the race really begins. Out of the final right-hander, final lap board of the weekend, and Marco Winkler leads it. Stefan Krabal this time goes to the inside and shoots past to take the lead. Schallenberger looking up the inside to take P2. This is going to be close. Winkler did such a great defensive work right up until that point, but he couldn't really counter-attack against Krabal, because Krabal had the real good run coming out of the final corner. Winkler, nevertheless, it'll be 2 solid top 3 results, with the second as long as he doesn't let Daniel Schallenberger get past. But Stefan Krabal has struck whilst the iron is hot and has made sure he's made his intentions. Tommy Helfinger will be having his head in his hands after this very race day. But we have 2 more corners to go. Winkler was doing so well right up until the final lap board came out, but the checkered flag waves. Stefan Krabal wins DD2 Masters Race 2. Winkler takes second, fractionally ahead of Schallenberger by 56 thousandths of a second. Patrick Weinstock takes 4th, and look at the respect being shown here. Thumbs up from Marco Winkler to Stefan Krabal, and a sign of solidarity, and also from Daniel Schallenberger. Stefan Krabal has won 2 races this weekend. Watch out for him at Kerpen Mannheim in 42 days. So Krabal wins it by 0.635 seconds ahead of Marco Winkler. Daniel Schallenberger, P3, 56 thousandths away from stealing second off of Winkler at the line. Patrick Weinstock in 4th, Michael Becker in 5th, Andreas Frenzel in 6th ahead of Klaus Paner. Konrad Bayer rounds out the top 8 in the 5-entry comp cart ahead of Tanya Yildiz and Heiner Born, who rounds out the top 10. Thomas Piet in 11th, Lennart Schreiber in 12th, Nico Heiner in 13th ahead of Falco Birkholz, who rounds out the 14 drivers that finished and hit the checkered flag with Birkholz a lap down. Tobias Kreff unfortunately retired on lap number 11, with Tommy Helfinger not even starting the race, and walks away with 0 points on Sunday here in Mülsen. So to close out the action here at Motorsport Arena E in Mülsen, it's the final for the Deutsche Elektrokart-Meisterschaft, as they have been our guests for their midway point of the season, which they will hit after this race. So Luca Neuenhuizen starts on pole position ahead of Alexei Yalava from Finland, Jens van der Heijden from the Netherlands, and Oscar Pellemele from France. That's row 2. Theo Cacati, who was the overall winner yesterday, starts P5 and has Portugal's Bernardo Pinheiro alongside in the 413. Mats Jan Overhoff rounds out the top 7 ahead of Jasmin Stein, with Elis Spiezia and Corina Camper running out the top 10. Spiezia did admit on social media that steering column and the tie rod had to be, let's say, readjusted or replaced thereof. So, standing start once again. So, who is going to come out on top in final 2 here? As the marshal now walks away, red lights will ignite on the starting gantry. 13 laps of electric racing ahead of us. Lights out. We are racing. And a great start, this time by Neuenhuizen, who gets ahead of Yalava. Neuenhuizen, that was Yalava that actually got into the lead, and Pellemele followed suit, so the French driver up into second place, as now Pellemele goes for the lead up the inside of Yalava. Neuenhuizen goes up there through 2, and then Elis Spiezia battling away with Jasmin Stein at the back part of the field for 8th and 9th respectively, the 2 drivers that have returned to the championship in 2021. Luca Vlerma won this championship last season. So they make their way up towards the far part of the circuit. And with the track very much not as saturated as we saw in the pre-final, which was definitely very interesting indeed. Oscar Pellemele leads after the completion of the first lap and leads by nearly half a second ahead of Luca Neuenhuizen, Alexei Yalava, Theo Cacati, Jens van der Heijden. They round out the top 5 positions, covered by just over a second at the end of the first completed lap out of 13. So, including this one, there's 12 to go. And Theo Cacati looking up the inside of Alexei Yalava. Not on that particular occasion. He's got Jens van der Heijden closing down on him. So, there's the top 7. And we'll see whether Elis Spiezia has managed to get past Jasmin Stein for 8th position. Spiezia was looking good for a P2 finish in the pre-final earlier on, but unfortunately spun it all away. So here we go across the line to complete lap number 2. Pellemele now leads by nearly 0.8 of a second. After a second lap, you can see the dark grey clouds on the far part of the circuit looking rather menacing. As here is Yalava versus Cacati. Cacati looking up the inside, looking to make the move up the fin, goes through turn 4 to take P3. Jens van der Heijden is waiting in the wings. Bernardo Pinheiro from Portugal is pretty much within proximity. He's running in P6 at the moment. Elis Spiezia now starts the chase and has got Mats Johan Overhoff from Germany just up ahead. And a bit sideways from Overhoff going into the final chicane on the circuit. Going through the right hand of the back end, steps out to the left-hand side, but Oscar Pellemele is leading by a considerable margin. The gap was just over 3/4 of a second. I think that's going to be more than a second this time around. It is 0.93, not too far off of that 1 second gap. Alexei Yalava is only a 10th behind Cacati in the battle for second position. So at the moment, Pellemele still leads. Theo Cacati in second. Alexei Yalava rounds out the top 3. Luca Neuenhuizen rounds out the top 4 ahead of Jens van der Heijden. Bernardo Pinheiro, Mats Johan Overhoff and Elis Spiezia. Well, Spiezia's got the move done on the German and the American up into P7. And now he can start chasing those in front. We still have 10 laps, including this one, to go, as the move for 4th place was nearly on. Van der Heijden nearly going up the inside of the 416. Neuenhuizen going through into the penultimate right-hander. But Kikati now starting to push, and he's put in the fastest lap of the race, a 52.198 second lap time. He's got the gap down to 0.769 of a second. So Kikati, watch out for the Emirati. He was quick yesterday in qualifying and also in the 2 races where he hit the top step of the podium. He was not to be denied. But the championship blown wide open ahead of their penultimate round of the season, which heads to Karting Genk between the 30th of July and the 1st of August. And then their season curtails right back at this very circuit, the 10th to the 12th of September 2021. So we're going to complete 5 laps out of 13. On to lap number 6 we go. So Pelmele has kept the lead at around about 7.5 tenths of a second. Spiezia has put in a personal best and is closing in. He's within 8 tenths of Bernardo Pinheiro from Portugal in the 413. It's been a bit more concise. Everyone seems to be staying on track, unlike what we saw in the pre-final. And there is a battle between 8th, 9th and 10th between Mats-Johan Overhoff, Jasmin Stein and Corina Kamper. And now Spiezia looks to closing that gap. He's got up. He's getting closer and closer to Pinheiro. Pinheiro's been running in the 52.6s. Spiezia's got some unbridled pace to unleash in those electric horses behind his right foot. Now he was 0.798 behind Pinheiro last time around. The lead has expanded to just over 8 tenths. Spiezia sets another personal best, but Pinheiro has responded. There's Kikati battling away with Jalava for 2nd and 3rd. Just behind them, they've got Neuenhuizen and Van der Heijden just behind, still pushing like crazy. We have 7 laps, including this one, to go. Time is going to start running out, but Jalava will be ruining what could have been after what happened yesterday. Jalava had a race day to forget, and going into the penultimate round at Karting Genk, the Finn will look to fly around that 1,360 metre circuit, also known as the Home of Champions. And it has pretty much stayed as a stalemate right now, because Jalava's trying to get past Kikati, but Kikati's just parking the cart exactly where he needs to. Because as I said earlier on this weekend, and also earlier on today, you can use the boost function on these carts as a defence or an attack mechanism. And it's also quite useful in qualifying too. But Pelmele, having started in 4th position, got to the lead quite early and has controlled proceedings. So, but it's now down to what happens behind. Because the way things are going, and several drivers have started getting into the 51s, Elish Spiezia on lap number 7 sets the fastest lap of the race of 51.867. And he's now gotten past... Well, he's now trying to get past Pinheiro. Now, for those wondering about the live timing, Kikati is actually showing up a little bit further up the order. He is still... Well, I'm just wondering what has happened, because Jalava was showing in 2nd on the timing. But now, I'm just keeping my eyes a little bit further back. I'm wondering if there has been a problem for somebody else, because Kikati is showing down at the bottom of the timesheets. However, he looks to still be in 2nd position. So I'm wondering if there is a slight timing issue. But Pelmele is pulling away. So as they come across the line, Pelmele is in 1st. I can't make heads or tails of it. It looks like that there has been a change. So Kikati should be in 2nd, well, was in 2nd. I think he's probably in 3rd place. But the biggest news is that Bernardo Pinheiro is being closed in on by Elish Spiezia, who is closing on those in front. So Kakati is actually showing up in third place on the road. Alexei Yalava rounds out the top 4. Spiezia is looking hungry for what could be somewhere in the top 5. But the laps are fast ticking away. He's trying to close on Bernardo Pinheiro. Corina Camper's winning the war for 8th position at the minute. As look, Pelmelet's had a massive moment. And here comes Neuenhuizen looking to do the double. He's trying to go up the inside of the Frenchman through the final corner. But the 410 stays in front. It's now all changed. Musical chairs in Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft here at Mülsen. And this is where things get rather interesting indeed. Someone's gone very, very wide. That looks like it could have been Kakati that has gone wide out of turn 2. But Pelmelet's lost the lead to Neuenhuizen, who takes the lead back after starting from pole position. Spiezia fancies a piece of a top 5 apple pie round about now. And he could get past somebody very, very quickly indeed, as long as he doesn't hit the curbs too hard. And there we go. That's the move for second. Oh, Yalava getting fisticuffy all the way through. As there's a move. That's dramas. Dramas for not just Yalava, but that was Kakati that just got compromised. They were battling away tooth and nail. Yalava started spinning, and all of a sudden it all went wrong for Kakati, who got compromised, and that was it. So that now means that Bernardo Pinheiro is 4th on the road, and behind him is Elish Spiezia. Right, they're calling it last lap board out now. That is going to be one more to go after this one. Well, this is the last lap of the race, and who knows what other trials and tribulations we might have at the end of it all. Look at Neuenhuizen still continues to lead. And, Pelmelet, look at his back bumper. That is ripped asunder. Pelmelet, that was a mechanical black flag if ever I saw it. That has got some back-end damage, that car. That's now going to compromise him because it's scraping across the floor. And now, watch out, because you've got Yalava. You've also got Pinheiro. Yalava trying to go up the inside of Pelmelet and then nearly tangle on the final lap of the race. The checkered is going to come out. I'm not too sure what's going to happen with Pelmelet, whether his second place will stand. Yalava's going to try and do something about it now. Up the inside, through into second goes the Finn, as there's a bit of an exchange of places. And Pelmelet looking to get back up the inside, but he's got an adrift rear bumper. But Neuenhuizen wins day 2 overall. He does the double in the final and the pre-final. Luca Neuenhuizen from the Netherlands takes the double here in Mülsen on day 2. It was Theo Kakati yesterday. It's Neuenhuizen from the Netherlands here today. Pelmelet comes over across the line in second. Yalava in third. Bernardo Pinheiro rounds out the top 4. A welcome top 5 finish for Elish Spiezia. Mats-Johan Overhoff takes 6th. Corina Camper 7th. Yasmin Stein in 8th. And Jens van der Heijden rounds out the top 9. And it looks like Theo Kakati might have had dramas in the final throws of the race. But Luca Neuenhuizen wins day 2 of round 2 of the 2021 Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft season here in Eastern Germany. So that is it from us here for RMC Germany here in Mülsen for the second round of the season. In 42 days, we head to Kartbahn Kerpen-Mannheim in the other side of the country for our penultimate round of the season. A big thank you to everyone at IK Media and the DEKM for joining us as our guests here this weekend. 42 days' time, we head to Western Germany for the penultimate round of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your live stream commentator. Thank you for joining us all the way throughout the weekend, and we'll see you very soon here on the official Camp Company GmbH YouTube channel. Thank you for watching.